So we are basically saying the CSIR targeting reach the access. Yes. So you next week. Has played a crucial role in very important we are categorizing them under 8 themes. So this is one theme set again by our institute. So their products are participant data in data formation, culture issues, and how would we cookies on this? Yes, sir. What the price? Price is new. What's the but if that purchase right down. Yes, sir. I think it's yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is very fundamental. The tribal culture reflects Sanatana Dharma. In a sense, when I examined their pujas, you will find Prithvi, Agni, everything you will find, all the 5 elements, uniformly. There are variations. So the essence of Sanatana is deeply reflected in tribal culture, pujas. Sir, like we have supporting a place. This is not law. No. Okay. We can send it to the Vice President office. We have covered content 25. We have one Himalayan bioresources. So they are special plants also. And sir, this is our CSIR. It is CB related. We have having a vision on CB. So these are the CB related products. And these are all, this is technology. Okay. No. So they have one company, they have transferred the technology to some company. So maybe this is the CSIR is the name of the company. So the technology has been technology CSIR. Yes, sir. Technology is CSIR. So this is chemicals and petrochemicals, including leather. They are coming up with vegan leather, sir. Leather-like materials from plant origin. Okay. So these are all made out of plants. Plant, so cactus, roots. So like leather. Yes, sir. And they are coming up with all possible apparels also using this plant-derived products, sir. So this is waste plastic into fuel. This is our Institute of Petroleum Thermal. So they can. I was there, ma'am. I know, sir. Amazing experience. Amazing experience. Are in the shade, sir. Are in the shade. On Saturday, you were so kind enough to visit there. So this is also again leather-like materials, sir, jacket and other things. So these are all the products of chemicals and petrochemicals, including leather. So we'll go this side. So this is what the lab you have already seen: aerospace, NAM, National Aerospace Laboratory. So this comes under aerospace team, sir. And this is the indigenously developed Bancal engine. I don't know if it can.
Yes, this is amazing. So this we are planning to use for the lighting unit. This program we are launching. And this is the carbon fibers.
So you inaugurated the facility. This is the one. And sir, you got seated in this one, Hansa.
Hansa here.
Hansa. You and madam, sir. to be sitting here and we have a photograph, very precious photograph.
So people who are great first to development CSIR, right? At all types of is for
Glass inside, it's excluded.
it's a head display developed by
CSIR and checking. So this is forum, sir, mining, electrics, materials and minerals. This is one factory. They have the same also critical minerals and minerals. So the factory has already identified 19 critical minerals. Which is price. Obviously, no price.
Price, sir, actually, this is, they are discussing with all partners and all.
This is a model. This is model.
Actually, this is a missing first. See, the technology has been the CSIR manufacturing. So actually, this has been discussed with the industry.
It is not a transfer. This technology is not a transfer. Thank you, sir. Sir, they are converting bamboo into high side construction material. Sir, he is the director of factory.
Alternate equal. This is the alternate equal. So equal tree takes about 30 to 40 years. But this is using three.
Bamboo coming under grass variety.
Grass,
We are targeting bamboo as a construction. Sir, in one room is completely made out of, the flooring is made out of this one, sir, using that technology.
Total housing can be done by.
And who's splitting it to machine?
Now, this Messrs. Parmali, even today, they are taking technology from us and more companies there.
This is the value addition to the report based on the aluminum steel plant. And this is one technology where this technology available commercial itself.
It's a basic to plant.
ITTPD, I mean, plant is already running. This is technology in which we are expecting metals.
Gradients, metals and alloys. We are finding that
It is automation.
Healthcare, this is one unit, and we can take 1 minute.
So largely displaying things which are into preventive diagnostics and medical space. And I would say I'd like to talk one anemia mission where we are into prevention by pre-counseling, into the therapy space now, and into diagnostics. So going big way into that.
Both are important. Prevention and diagnosis.
Both and
Here actually we have screen 55. Especially what you want to do is private.
First line, sir, this is basically about the prevention. Okay, the Nigeria in but this is an interesting program to do mention.
So these are the products. Show what is we make these also. No, sir. This is bioremediation and storing machines. So these are all very modern because they were not able to airlift any of their working models, and therefore they just made it as a smaller part here. So this is the energy related device research. So this is fuel cells, green hydrogen generation. So this is No, you just explain this one.
Because room temperature analysis were developed by CSIR technology.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
So this is basically a balance information from the precursors in temperature and these are these sulfur of the these are this waste to well program. This waste to well program stands up for different biomass get converted carbon or battalion.
This becomes an electrode material. So this side we have another keep ecology, and we have mixed product also. We have mixed product related conclave.
There's ideas about what the region of India is very good competitive. The COVID-19 factor. was disseminating scientific innovation and invention in the country. And this
बड़ा पीछे हो गया ये सारे पीछे हो गया ये न्यूज़ बना हुआ है
in our last 5 years, the CSIR has published over 25,000 research papers in various SCI journals of and has also been published by 1,500 pages.
So, what's the code and it's
Enforcements, exhibition, and activities are planned from CSIR to inculcate deeper understanding of the
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Dr. Avni Khatkar, scientist at CSIR NPL, deem it my great honor to welcome you to the 83rd CSIR Foundation Day celebrations, and we are truly privileged to have with us today a distinguished assembly of eminent dignitaries, scientists, and visionaries who have contributed immensely to India's scientific and technological landscape. As we await the arrival of our chief guest, the Honorable Vice President of India, we extend a warm welcome to each one of you who have taken time to join us today for this momentous occasion. Today marks the celebration of CSIR's 8 decades of scientific excellence, innovation, and leadership, a journey that has significantly contributed to India's development and will continue to do so as we move towards a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And I request all of you to kindly ensure that your mobile phones are switched off or set to silent mode, and please maintain silence throughout the event. Thank you.
नमस्कार। CSIR के 83वें स्थापना दिवस समारोह में मैं सुपर्णा मिश्रा आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूं। मैं विशेष रूप से स्वागत करती हूं भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति परम आदरणीय श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी का और सभी उपस्थित महानुभावों का। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
आप सभी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि अपना मोबाइल फ़ोन स्विच ऑफ कर दें या साइलेंट मोड पे कर दें ताकि कार्यक्रम के बीच में कोई व्यवधान ना हो।
I, Dr. Avni Khatkar, scientist, CSIR NPL, take the honor of extending a cordial welcome to one and all to the 83rd CSIR Foundation Day celebrations. Now I request Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, DG CSIR, to kindly welcome Sir and present our token of respect and gratitude. May I now request ma'am to kindly present a token of our respect and admiration to formally welcome Professor Ajay Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. We welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. N. Kalai Selvi to please graciously offer a token of our deep respect and warm welcome to Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, esteemed former chairman of ISRO. We welcome you, sir. Following the formal welcome, it is my distinct pleasure to invite Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, Director General of CSIR, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, please.
Most respected and honorable Vice President of India and the chief guest of 83rd Foundation Day of CSIR, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji. Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and the Vice President of CSIR, who for some reason, very important reason, unavoidable reason, he is not able to make himself available with us on this day, but he has left the video message which will be played later here. Esteemed Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Professor Ajay Sood ji. Respected Foundation Day Speaker, Dr. Radhakrishnan, former ISRO Chairman ji. Former Director Generals of CSIR, former and present directors of all the 37 national laboratories of CSIR, which are spreading across the country in 25 different states. Esteemed society members, general body members, and my CSIR family, DSIR family consisting of CSIR, NRDC and CEL, all the well-wishers and the moral supporters of CSIR in the form of industry, MSME, working partner, collaborating partner, manufacturing partner, implementing agencies, self-help groups, startups, MSMEs, research scholars, students, present media, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, vanakkam, and pleasant morning to each and every one of you. Today is a very, very special day in the history of CSIR because we are celebrating the 83rd Foundation Day of CSIR with the august presence of, with the gracious presence of the Honorable Vice President of India. And we are all so much gifted to have the Honorable Vice President as the chief guest of today's function. Sir, we are extremely proud, privileged, honored, and blessed to have you as the chief guest of this 83rd Foundation Day, due to which this Foundation Day assumes paramount importance. Sir, last year we celebrated our Foundation Day for about 2 days in Bharat Mandapam, wherein we demonstrated and we actually showcased our decadal accomplishments. And therefore this year we made the focal theme of celebration as Viksit Bharat 2047. Sir, we are fully aware that the country is now strategically, scientifically, economically, socially planning for how best India could be positioned as a developed country in the global arena in the year 2047. And therefore, from CSIR side, we do realize that this is time for us and this is the right time that we should also get ourselves completely geared up and we should come up with a kind of a declaration on commitments, definite commitments, that what is it that CSIR will contribute to this country when the country is planning for its developed nation in the year 2047. Sir, with this particular objective, today afternoon we have arranged for a very special conclave, leadership conclave, wherein 8 of our former Director Generals will be sharing their ideas and they will be guiding us through their greater recommendations, and that particular session is going to be chaired by Dr. V.K. Saraswat, the Honorable Member from the Niti Aayog. Sir, CSIR will take up all the recommendations and the suggestions that are going to be made by the visionary leaders who are decorating the first row of this auditorium, the former DGs, and this will be made as our roadmap, and CSIR will follow in the coming years so that that becomes the contribution of CSIR to the country to place it in the global arena as Viksit Bharat in 2047. Therefore, sir, in one line, all the celebrations in CSIR are not mere celebrations. Every celebration will have its culmination with a kind of an actionable point, and CSIR will take it as ATR in the coming years. With these few words, I take this great opportunity to extend a very warm and hearty welcome to the Honorable Vice President of India to this 83rd Foundation Day of CSIR. Taking this opportunity, I extend a very, very warm welcome to Professor Ajay Sood, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Dr. Mahesh, the coordinator, and all the important delegates and participants who are decorating this particular event. And sir, this event this time is getting one additional value addition, which is APCTT is also participating. 20 delegates from 10 different countries are also joining this event, and I extend a very, very warm welcome to each and every one, those who are decorating this auditorium, and you are value adding the Foundation Day function of CSIR. Thank you so very much. Namaskar.
धन्यवाद मैडम। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं अनुरोध करूंगी भारत सरकार के प्रधान वैज्ञानिक सलाहकार प्रोफेसर अजय कुमार सूद जी से, जो विज्ञान जगत में स्वयं एक हस्ताक्षर हैं, कि वे अपने शब्दों से हमें प्रेरित करें। प्लीज सर।
Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, former Chairman ISRO, Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, and today's Foundation Day lecturer, Dr. N. Kalaiselvi, DG CSIR, Honorable past DGs of CSIR who are sitting in the front row, entire CSIR fraternity, invitees and friends. It is indeed a great privilege and a pleasure for me to be a part of this 83rd Foundation Day celebration of CSIR. Indeed a momentous day. My felicitation to the entire CSIR fraternity on this very happy occasion. Let me start by quoting Dr. Kalam. I quote, "Economic development is powered by competitiveness. The competitiveness is powered by knowledge. Knowledge is powered by technology and innovation," unquote. To this, I will also add, technology and innovation are powered by fundamental science. We are at a stage in history of mankind when the time lapse between the discovery in science and its technology adoption is shrinking day by day. Science and technology are truly intertwined. Science depends on technology, and technology draws on scientific results. This relationship may not be always equally reciprocal. The technology may or may not use the most profound recent results of science, whereas in my observation in the last 50 years as practicing scientist, I have always seen that science always uses most recent and advanced technologies, which in turn leads to newer disruptive innovations and technologies. So it's a beautiful cycle of science and technology which are intertwined. In linear model of innovation, basic research leads to applied research, which leads to product development and then to market diffusion and deployment. The linear model postulates a causal direction starting from the fundamental science. The question arises often if we can move beyond the linear model. We know there have been examples which do not always follow the linear model. For example, you all know James Watt invented steam engine before the laws of thermodynamics were postulated. The dominant variant of linear model is also the famous Donald Stokes' famous diagram in 1997, wherein he showed pasture quadrant, which has both high level of fundamental knowledge as well as high level of applicability. In words of Professor Venki Narayan Murthy, it may be useful, which I find interesting, to describe research not in terms of basic versus applied, but rather in terms of discovery and invention. In this paradigm, the emphasis is to have an eye on discovery, which can lead to inventions for societal goods. Since science S and industry I are both together in the name CSIR. CSIR is ideally placed to provide a platform for interaction between key partners, government labs, universities, industries, and policymakers. This is already happening. The triple helix partnership between scientists, industry, and government provides a framework for effectively advancing R&D for industry-centric technologies, supporting deep tech startups, and fostering innovations. This is absolutely required, you will all agree, for India to move towards its ambitious goal of becoming a 5 trillion economy soon by making India a major product nation. I'll repeat, a major product nation over and above the presently dominant service economy. I am sure CSIR is and will be a major player in this journey. In the end, I wish all the very best to the CSIR family on this Foundation Day and look forward to even more glorious achievements in weeks, months, and years to come. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening address. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on the dais the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji. Sir, please.
Good morning, all of you. It could not have been more delightful for me. Everyone present in this room, for me, is a role model. Your contributions are spinal. Your contributions in silence are resonating with the last man in the last row. Your efforts are changing Bharat. A great occasion for me to be here. This is a very distinguished premium platinum category that is defining the growth history of Bharat, home to 1/6 of humanity. Professor Ajay K. Sood, rightly honored with the civilian distinction of Padma Shri, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. His address, though brief, on account of constraint of time, was illuminating. He indicated synergetic stance being generated with all stakeholders to ensure sustainability of rise of Bharat. I'll have more interactions with him, given by the input he has rendered here. Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, his lecture will be feast to intellect. Team excellence. Team itself inherits excellence. Team is something which is harmonious. Harmony doesn't mean you keep your point of view with yourself. Harmony means you have enough space to voice the other point of view. It is heard with respect, not rejected by drop of a hat. And team excellence is the ultimate sublime evolution of it. Then Indian Space Odyssey and your life lessons I have instructed my team to record it. I will have a look at it, and so would the millions through our platform in Rajya Sabha and Parliament. Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, Director General, CSIR. Normally we say, the man is always in the moon. Gone are those days. She is always on the move, always in action, with passion, mission, and execution. I very fondly remember the visit I had where she was there. I had the occasion to see for myself how the aviation landscape of skilling will be changed by what her team has created. I had the occasion to go to Dehradun and see another institute in her absence. We are proud of her because she sacrificingly gives credit to everyone except herself. I was greatly touched by this reflection of Indian civilizational ethos. Dr. G. Mahesh, he is a chairperson, CSIR Foundation Day celebration. And I'm surprised he's so relaxed, which means he's good at planning. We are gratified and honored by the presence of those who have laid firm foundations of CSIR, who headed it as DGs. Dr. Mashelkar is present here. Greeting to you, sir. Dr. Samir Brahmachari is amongst us. Brahmachari may be a surname or may describe something else. I have no idea at the moment. But then science is all about finding out. I'll do that. Dr. T. Ramaswamy. Sorry, sir, notice. But that doesn't mean others are not. Everyone present here, particularly in the front row, is to be respected by us. Because like education never ends when you leave an institution. Education is lifelong learning. Same, they may have left legally CSIR, but their bond continues. Their heart bubbles when there is action. And if things are not on right track, they get worried. I am happy, no cause for them to worry at the moment. Those on the dais are ensuring it. I must make mention of the Central Electronics Limited chairperson, Mr. Jain. For one reason, the Honorable Minister, who is very passionate about this sector, he wanted to come. I dissuaded him, please don't. He was preoccupied unavoidably. He said, I would love to be there. I said, sir, always listen to the Chairman Rajya Sabha. He has conveyed his greetings and best wishes. But when he said, you must go to Central Electronics Limited, I said, a collapsing company, why should I go? He said, I will not tell you why. He was there to receive me. The company was high up on the list of disinvestment for failures. And that was the day I had distinction to give the tag of Mini Ratna. And Mr. Jain gave a check to the minister, not to me, of 11 crores. But that is not discriminatory in law. Distinguished scientists, researchers, staff, and esteemed audience, plus my greetings to the entire scientific community in the country. We are beholden to this category for the contributions they have made to make us see Bharat, which is before us today. This day is a special day, not for CSIR alone. This is a very special day for the nation. Because if we go into our historical perspective, we will find ages ago, our Bharat had scientific prowess. We were global leaders. We were center of the globe when it came to scientific knowledge. The kind of discoveries and inventions that were made, we made the world proud. We lost way somewhere. We are regaining that way. It is your foundation day, but it is integrally connected with the firm foundations of Bharat. You are firming up those foundations of the most vibrant functional democracy on the planet. You are firming up the foundations of a nation that is on the rise as never before, and the rise is unstoppable. The rise is incremental, and the destination of a developed nation at 2047 will be realized, if not earlier. What I see here is your activities and activities of your sister concerns. Ma'am, I'm careful about your gender. Sister concerns. Am I right? You are the only one on the dais, but more than all of us taken together. And the smile on the face of two of them, the third one is your fraternity, is an endorsement. We are on way to regaining our past pristine glory in the world of science. As I said, your contributions are in silence. I'm using the word silo in positive sense. Your activities are in silos, but they impact physically, positively, affirmatively lives of 1.4 billion people. CSIR can be defined catalyst scientifically and imaginatively for Rashtra. C for catalyst, S for scientifically, I for imaginatively, R for Rashtra. This has been done not by me, by Kostu Bhalekar. Where is he? My OSD. He handed over this check to me. Very thoughtful of him, because he assists me in a manner where, according to him, I should never be sleeping. Distinguished audience, it is my great honor, privilege, and will ever be etched in my memory that I'm associating with the 83rd Foundation Day of CSIR. This is an occasion to commemorate and commend the past achievements, and also to look ahead, unfold a roadmap to be more significantly involved with nations' rise and global rise, because Bharat stands for Vasudev Kutumbakam. A journey started in 1960 when I was in class 4, and where we have come is a recognition of the hard work you all have done. I am fully alive of the headwinds you face, air pockets you suffer, difficult terrain you negotiate, and on occasions there is no due recognition. Therefore, an ecosystem that existed earlier, where you were contributing and recognition was not coming in the right form. Soothing to note that in last few years, recognition for the scientific community has gone up. It has gone up in several ways, including government being very serious about it. And Prime Minister's heart and soul is deeply in scientific community. His belief in your power, prowess, and capacity to generate at global level those aspects of science which matter to humanity. And I am sure, therefore, we are in good times. Now there is an ecosystem in place where our scientists can fully exploit and expand their energy, exploit their talent, and contribute for the nation by unleashing their innovative skills. I was not surprised because that was my expectation. But I was in disbelief when I went through the thematic exhibition. Amazing things are happening. Imagine if from a bamboo you can have wooden flooring. Imagine from a bamboo you can have something which is far more or equivalent to sagwan. And sagwan life is 4 decades or so. Bamboo, you do it in 3 years. It helps the farmer. It creates wealth. I'm making reference only to one. There were many such things. I was greatly touched. These developments reaffirm my confidence and confidence of the nation that Bharat is a factor to reckon with globally. Your tremendous accomplishments have emboldened me to assert that in research and development, it is a matter of a time when we'll be having our due share. At the moment, we are on way to it. Much is to be done. Several energies have to converge. They have to converge diligently. They have to work in togetherness and in tandem. There has to be right amount of fiscal input. I am so glad principal scientific advisor, that is uppermost in his mind. You may not be aware, it may not be in media, but he is your star batsman when it comes to getting everything for your scientific community. Let me make a brief reference. Union Budget 2024-25. He must have put his foot down, I'm sure about it. When budget is formed, there are too many claimants. He fought for your segment, got the due, and it can only be incremental henceforth. It emphasizes the budget, innovation and research and development, and Anusandhan National Research Foundation has been started. I leave it at that, you know it. When a beginning is made, even by a toddler, it takes the shape over the years, unstoppably. My congratulations to him, to being your advocate with the government. And you're an able advocate. I'm so glad. The growth engine of the nation, any nation in the world, is driven by science and technology. And this is fueled by research and development. This makes focus on research and development of paramount importance. I call upon from this platform to come forward and generously invest in research and development. I look forward for a day when our corporates will figure in top 20 global corporates that invest in research and development. At the moment, there is none. That doesn't mean our corporates are not doing enough. They are doing enough. In automobile, in information technology, much is being done. But looking to our nation's size, its potential, its position, and the growth trajectory on which it is there, our corporates need to come forward to engage in research and development. The investment in research and development is lasting. And this, distinguished audience, please note, has another cutting edge, soft diplomacy. If you get something, nations flock to you. We have that power. Research and development is so integrated to security these days, and therefore investment is for the nation. Investment is for growth. Investment is for sustainability. I am concerned about one aspect in particular, and that aspect, fortunately for me, was voiced in a survey by CSIR. The sample size was 3,000. We must not do lip service to research and development. Our contribution has to be substantial. The result has to be substantial, not cosmetic or superficial. We cannot just take pride in saying so much for research and development. The one doing research or development in academic institutions should not be in pursuit only of academic, gathering information. Research is not assimilation. Research is research. And I therefore appeal to everyone concerned to have SOP for it. Invest in that human resource or institution that can authentically engage in research and development. The two are separate. When I went to one of the IITs, all IITs are doing well. I'm not naming the IIT for that reason. I was amazed. The research and development was excellent. It was being done by professors and students. So we will have to be on guard that merely because fiscal resources are committed, we cannot take pride, oh, I've spent so much for research and development. Investment in research and development, distinguished audience, has to be correlated to tangible outcomes. And there are people in the front row who can evaluate what is tangible outcome. Friends, there is enough to say, but I'll conclude by focusing on the state of the nation. The state of the nation today is beyond my dreams. I never imagined. I did not conceive a Bharat that is today. I did not have that contemplation. I am referring to 1989, when I was elected to Lok Sabha. 1990, I was a union minister. I'll focus on 4 aspects. 1, we went to Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar, as a member of Council of Ministers. Stayed at a hotel near Dal Lake. Everything was dull, D-U-L-L. Not even 20 souls could be seen on the road. State of dejection and hopelessness. And it was declared in Rajya Sabha, which I preside as chairman, that last year, 2 crore tourists went to Jammu and Kashmir. Where is the figure of 20? 2 crores. 370, a temporary article of the Constitution. The only article labeled as temporary was taken by some people, including those who had taken oath under the Constitution to be permanent, is no longer there. Second, I suffered the pain because as a student, हमें पढ़ाया गया था कि भारत सोने की चिड़िया है. As a minister, I had the occasion to see our gold was physically airlifted to be placed to 2 Swiss banks to sustain our fiscal credibility, because our foreign exchange was around $1 billion. Now it is more than $680 billion, mind you. We are getting things back rather than giving them. I suffered the pain then when World Bank and IMF would give us not advisories or advice, but peremptorily direct, do this otherwise. And now the same institutions, IMF says, India is a favorite global destination of investment and opportunity. World Bank says digitization of India and its penetration that happened in 6 years is otherwise not achievable in 4 decades and more. We are a role model according to the World Bank of digitization. That happened there. Another aspect was there. We had a system where corruption was there rampant in power corridors. Nothing could catalyze without a middleman. Your pedigree was password to opportunity and job or a contract. Now, power corridors are fully sanitized. The middleman has disappeared from the 1/6 of humanity at least. Do we see middlemen around? No. All transactions are taking place digitally without human interface. That is the change I never imagined. This change I am seeing myself. We were living in an era where there was privileged pedigree. Some thought law was not for them. They were immune to law. They were not accountable to law. Be you so high, the law is always above, was a concept not known to them. But now the privileged pedigree is feeling the heat of law. And why not? Equality before law is inalienable facet of democracy. How can we call a nation democratic nation if some people pass away more equal than others? That is the benefit to the young minds. And as a result of that, our youth are energized. The 4th point I wish to make was about economy. can't even tell. Size of Indian economy in 1990 was smaller than the city of London or Paris. Imagine. A decade ago, we were counted amongst fragile 5 nations. Cliff-hanging economy, a concern to the global community. Now we are a robust economy. We are amongst 5 great economies of the world. We are 5th largest, on way to becoming 3rd, ahead of Japan and Germany in 2 years. Our economic rise is like a plateau, affecting everyone. In all this, the contribution of science is there. Technology is there. Corruption would have been there. Transparent, accountable governance would not have been there unless there was technology. Digitization, penetration would not have happened but for democracy. People have adapted to technology. They may not be very literate, but they know how to use internet, how to avail services. Which means the great marathon march for Viksit Bharat at 2047, you are the major stakeholders. You may not be that visible on the screen, but you are the driving force of it. You will have to be contributing 24/7. My best wishes to you. CSIR exemplifies excellence, academic brilliance, and cutting-edge research. In the near future, we will doubtlessly see Bharat emerging as a global pioneer in domains of science and technology that will help us script new chapters in our growth story. I am grateful for your time and patience. Thank you so much.
धन्यवाद सर। हम आभारी हैं आपके कि आपने अपने प्रेरक शब्दों से हमारा मनोबल बढ़ाया और हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया। मैं आप सभी से एक बार पुनः अनुरोध करूंगी कि राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
धन्यवाद। अब हमारे परम आदरणीय उप राष्ट्रपति जी इस कार्यक्रम से प्रस्थान करेंगे। उच्च पद पर आसीन होने के कारण बहुत सारे उत्तरदायित्व होते हैं, बहुत सारी प्रतिबद्धताएं होती हैं जिनका निर्वहन करना अत्यंत आवश्यक है, महत्वपूर्ण है। हम आभारी हैं हमारे उपराष्ट्रपति जी के, जिन्होंने अपने व्यस्त समय में से समय निकालकर हमारे इस कार्यक्रम को अपनी गरिमा से आलोकित किया। धन्यवाद सर। आप सभी को बताना चाहूँगी कि ये आज के कार्यक्रम का पहला सेशन है। इस कार्यक्रम के 2 अन्य सेशंस हैं। दूसरा सेशन CSIR लीडरशिप कॉन्क्लेव है। ये एग्जीबिशन हॉल में अपराह्न 2:30 बजे से प्रारंभ होगा। तीसरा सेशन है सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का, जो सायं 5:30 बजे प्रारंभ होगा। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि इस कार्यक्रम के लिए अपने उत्साह को इसी तरह बनाए रखें और सक्रियता के साथ हमारे सभी आयोजनों में शामिल हों। जब तक हमारे उच्चाधिकारी मंच पर नहीं आ जाते, तब तक कार्यक्रम को क्षणिक विराम देते हैं। कृपया अपना संयम बनाए रखें और एक बार फिर अनुरोध करूंगी कि अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन्स स्विच ऑफ कर दें या उन्हें साइलेंट मोड पर कर दें ताकि कार्यक्रम के बीच में कोई व्यवधान ना आए। आप सभी का कार्यक्रम में एक बार पुनः स्वागत है। आइए फिर से कार्यक्रम में जुड़ते हैं। बताना चाहूँगी कि व्यस्तता एवं अन्य महत्वपूर्ण उत्तरदायित्वों के कारण माननीय विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी हमारे बीच उपस्थित नहीं हो सके हैं, किंतु उन्होंने अपनी शुभकामनाएं एक रिकॉर्डेड संदेश के माध्यम से हम तक पहुंचाई हैं। आइए सुनते हैं माननीय मंत्री जी का ये संदेश।
My warm greetings to all of you. At the outset, I apologize not being able to be there in person for this momentous occasion. However, it is my proud privilege to address you virtually on the 83rd CSIR Foundation Day. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, for honoring us with his presence today. His visionary leadership and unwavering support for scientific and technological advancements is crucial for India's journey towards a developed and a self-reliant future. As we all know, under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat has given CSIR the impetus to innovate and lead from front in areas critical to national growth, including healthcare, energy, manufacturing, agriculture, etc. CSIR's efforts resonate with the aspirations laid out in Prime Minister Modi's vision for Viksit Bharat 2047, an India that will be fully developed and self-reliant by its centenary. I also especially wish to acknowledge Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, the former chairman of ISRO, who is going to deliver the Foundation Day lecture. Dr. Radhakrishnan's leadership in India's space program, particularly during the Mars orbiter mission, has been an inspiration not only for scientists but also for every Indian. And therefore, it gives me immense pleasure to say that his contributions have placed India at the forefront of the global space exploration. Congratulations, Dr. Radhakrishnan. As a part of today's celebrations, CSIR is also hosting a unique and first of its kind leadership conclave, where many former Director Generals of CSIR have come together under the same roof to share their vision and suggestions on what could be the CSIR's contribution towards Viksit Bharat of 2047. And I can say with confidence, therefore, that this conclave is a rare and an invaluable opportunity to gain insights from the stalwarts who have led CSR through decades of scientific evolution and progress. Additionally, the CSIR thematic exhibition for Viksit Bharat, graciously inaugurated today by the Vice President of India, showcases how CSIR's contributions across sectors are aligning with the national agenda for a developed India by 2047. I also understand that the international delegates of the DSIR Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, the APCTT, and Innovation Conclave are also joining the CSIR Foundation Day celebrations today. Their presence, ladies and gentlemen, reflects the growing international recognition of CSIR's contributions to technology transfer and innovation, highlighting the global collaboration that will drive the future of scientific progress. The presence of Honorable Vice President of India today underscores the importance of nurturing innovation and scientific inquiry in building a stronger nation. One of the many examples of the CSIR's transformative impact in the recent years is the Purple Revolution in Jammu and Kashmir. Through the Aroma mission, CSIR has catalyzed the cultivation of lavender in that region, which has given rise to a thriving ecosystem of agri-startups. This initiative has not only empowered farmers by creating new sources of livelihood, but has also brought prosperity to the region. The lavender farming revolution has transformed the landscape of New Jammu and Kashmir, making it a hub for aromatic crops and agri-based entrepreneurship. CSIR's role in fostering such breakthroughs through green hydrogen technology for clean energy or creation of agri-based startups aligns with the larger vision of making India a global leader in sustainable development. By supporting MSMEs and the startups and by promoting women in science, CSIR is not only driving economic growth, but is also ensuring that innovation benefits society at large. With the continued support of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, I am sure CSIR will continue to play a central role in India's growth story. The Viksit Bharat 2047 vision will be achieved with institutions like CSIR leading the change in indigenization, in strategic technologies, and in sustainability. At the end, before I conclude, let me once again reiterate that though I am unable to be with you physically today, my thoughts are very much with you all. CSIR is a national treasure for all of us, as well as for all the scientific fraternity, and who are the true change makers of our time. I extend my warmest wishes for the continued success of CSIR and the entire family. I also once again wish to thank the Honorable Vice President of India and all the other distinguished guests who spared their valuable time to be with us and to encourage us in our endeavors. I once again wish the CSIR Foundation Day all the success that it deserves. Thank you.
शुभकामनाओं एवं मार्गदर्शन के लिए हम आभारी हैं माननीय मंत्री जी के। धन्यवाद सर। समय है स्थापना दिवस व्याख्यान का, जिसे प्रस्तुत करेंगे पूर्व अध्यक्ष इसरो डॉक्टर के राधाकृष्णन जी। मैं उनका संक्षिप्त परिचय आपके समक्ष रखना चाहूँगी बहुत ही कम शब्दों में। डॉक्टर के राधाकृष्णन एक भारतीय अंतरिक्ष वैज्ञानिक हैं। आपने अंतरिक्ष आयोग के अध्यक्ष एवं भारत सरकार के अंतरिक्ष विभाग के सचिव के रूप में भारतीय अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान संगठन इसरो का नेतृत्व किया। आपके नेतृत्व में भारत अपने पहले प्रयास में मंगल पर पहुंचने वाला पहला देश बना। डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन के लिए इससे कुछ अधिक कहना सूरज को दिया दिखाने के समान होगा। मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम करती हूं और अनुरोध करती हूं डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन जी से कि वे अपना व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत कर हमें लाभान्वित करें। प्लीज सर।
Good afternoon. Let me, at the outset, express the gratitude to the Honorable Vice President and Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Space for their kind words. Let me also thank the Director General CSIR for inviting me to deliver this lecture, which is really an honor and an opportunity. Admirable Principal Scientific Advisor, all the distinguished seniors who are present here, especially I recognize the presence of Dr. Mashelkar, and I remember that day in the year 2000 when I got my doctorate degree from IIT Kharagpur. He was the chief guest delivering an inspiring talk on innovation economy. And we have sailed all through these years in different roles, and we continue our association. So also we have here Mr. Ajay Seth, former cabinet secretary, who was part of the Space Commission, Dr. Ramaswamy, with whom we had a lot of interactions. And then we have my two colleagues, I should say, our Ashutosh ji and Professor Vinod Singh and Samir Brahmachari. We were co-travelers at one point of time. And all the distinguished scientists present here. The subject of my talk is Team Excellence and Indian Space Odyssey, my life lessons. Can I have the slides? If I talk about my life lessons, essentially it comes from space, because I have been there right from 1971. Good part of my life I spent and continuing to spend there. And it is Team Excellence that make the Indian space program different. And how that is different, I will just, excuse me. Yeah. Essentially, if you look at the journey of India's space program from 1960 till now, there were several missions, launch vehicles, satellites, applications. But these a dozen milestones stand out. In the 1960s, developing a sounding rocket was a tough job. Later, in the 70s, getting that SLV-3 and those experimental satellites, Aryabhatta, Bhaskara, and Apple communication satellites, they were tough tasks and major milestones for the country. Soon, we got into putting operational satellites into the low Earth orbit and geostationary orbits, along with a closely intertwined national system for application of these satellites and their capabilities. And that is something unique about India, where we had an inclusive system developed to ensure that these are not birds in the sky for prestige, but they will serve the society. We also wanted self-reliance in this country to launch these satellites. Then came PSLV, 1994. The next higher version came GSLV with a major landmark in technology, the cryogenic engine and stage. That was 2000 plus. And that is the time ISRO and India and the Space Commission thought that it is time now for us to think big. And came the Lunar Orbiter mission Chandrayaan-1. And another tough task of getting a space capsule from an orbit of 630 kilometers around Earth, precisely back on Earth. And that happened in the first attempt successfully. And in 2010, we extended that, we went to Mars as an orbiter. And recently we had safe, precise, soft landing on Moon. Chandrayaan moment everyone talks about these days. And along with that, we had a complex mission, Aditya, where we went to the L1 orbit, 1.5 million kilometer, and a special orbit called Halo orbit around that. And we became part of the heliophysics community in the world having satellite missions. But if you look at all these missions, there are a few factors which stand out and which have been there throughout this phase. I call it the key success factors. It starts with the top one, tough goals. At each point of time, ISRO has been putting tough goals and very tight schedules. And most of the time, these schedules were put by ISRO itself and told we will do it. And we went with that kind of a gradient, and we achieved maybe leave a couple of years of delay. There was ingenuity in whatever we did. When you talk about Mars mission, which is an example or a disruption in interplanetary mission, it's essentially the ingenuity with which we got there. The prudence in using resources is another part of it. And in space, we fail. How the organization, how the teams, they come out of it. The resilience of the team to come back and have a successful mission, learning from the failures. And finally, it is the teamwork that matters here. And that's the subject which I wanted to emphasize, and we call it team excellence. This is the concept of team excellence. We have people, we have teams, we have institutions, we have centers, units. How all of them can be aligned for a purpose which has a relevance for the nation. And this is what we always attempt in ISRO. It's like a cricket team, a hockey team, a football team. All of us have our own roles in that, but finally, we have to get into the goalpost, and that goalpost should be good goalpost. And of course, to achieve that, there are relationships which are required to be established, and also the reward system which will be consistent with the goal that we talk about. Here there is a fundamental difference between what we do in ISRO for the space mission and what you do for the CSIR. While we are like a cricket team, playing sometimes the 5-day match, when it is a development of a major space project, or a 2020 match when it comes to a launch where it has to be a success, to be done in a short time. You are like a team of athletes going for Olympiads. Each team, each crew get laurels, as Honorable Vice President told, and that make the country different. But the concept of team excellence can it be applicable in CSIR system is something that you could think of. Similarly, your excellence of the experts and the individuals and teams which are essential for the fundamental research and development in science, how that could be brought into our system, which is very relevant when we do science or when we do new development activities. But predominantly, we are into the team effort. If you look at how we developed to this stage of having team excellence and as a performing organization, first we salute these two great men. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the founder of Indian Space Program, who led it during 1962 to 71, and Professor Satish Dhawan, who took over from him seamlessly in 1971 and guided it up to 1984 directly, and who was behind us at least till end of his life. If you look at what Sarabhai did to this organization, he developed many inspired teams in rocketry, in development of satellites, in science, in application, mostly in Ahmedabad and in Thiruvananthapuram. And also he inculcated the spirit of self-reliance at that time itself, when the government had soft options of importing systems for space applications. It was he who said, we will do it. It will be a shame on us if you don't do it. And finally, in 1969, he pronounced the vision of Indian Space Program. What we all quote these days, what we all share now, that we should be second to none in the application of space science and technology for the benefit of common man and solving the problems of the society, as compared to the pre-runners, US or Soviet Union, who went ahead with a different approach. Also, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai brought his successor into the Space Commission right in the early 1971. And I should say, Professor Dhawan told, he refused to accept many such positions in government. But he said, when Vikram wanted me to be in the Space Commission, I accepted it. And that made history. In 1971, December, when we had that event in Thiruvananthapuram, which was shocking to the entire program and nation, as far as space is concerned, Professor Satish Dhawan came there to lead the program, along with his roles in IASC. What difference he made? Here we have a successor who said, it was Vikram and his vision, but I did it. That is the first seamlessness that has happened. Rather than saying, I got the organization in shambles, I had to do everything. But he also did the consolidation of the entire program. To give an example, in Thiruvananthapuram in those days, when I joined in 1971, there were 6 development projects for sounding rockets in the name of Rohini. Rohini 75, 100, 125, 300, 560, which indicate the diameter of the rocket motor, and also a Manaka program. But he consolidated such programs, including the developmental activities that were happening, and gave the focus space applications using satellites of other countries, build satellites with the support of Soviet Union at that time, and develop the capability for launching. So site, Aryabhatta, SLV-3 became the focus. The first contribution is the program strategy and the focus that he gave. And as I said earlier, if you are launching satellites, it should be used for the country. So he said, the launch vehicle PSLV, when it was on the drawing board, the guidance given to the entire team is that the satellite which will fly on this launch vehicle will be decided by the Ministry of Agriculture and other departments. So all of us were clear actually, it is for a purpose. Industry and academia, that's another area where he got into. And when we had the Mars Orbiter mission, Honorable Prime Minister told we have 150 firms who were part of this national mission that came through that initiative of 1976. Innovative organization culture, I will just expand that. Like he had the seamless transition from Vikram Sarabhai, he also had seamless transition. Right from those days in Space Commission, we will have a member chosen carefully who would be the successor for the system. So it was clear for the organization. It was also a probation period, quote unquote, for the incoming person, and he could be observed. So this has happened generally. Aberrations could be there. This is that innovative organization and its culture. First and foremost, for ISRO, national priority is our priority because we have to serve the society and the people. The vision of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai has been shared by his successors and down the line in the organization. We did not stay stale. That's why Chandrayaan came in 2000, Mars orbiter came later, and there are many things in the offing, and the team excellence. Techno-managerial decision-making is democratic. Professor Satish Dhawan, being an academic coming from IISc, adapted the IISc Senate system of decision-making in ISRO. It was a democratic decision-making along with the discipline. Once you take a decision, everyone will share that. Expertise over seniority in ISRO, we have no confusion, no difficulty. If a junior person chairs a meeting, all seniors are happy to be there and contribute. And productive conflicts, as Honorable Vice President told. All views are heard. And Professor Dhawan himself was a person who wanted to hear the other side. And if you tell him, yes, sir, he will say, I will argue from the other side. Truth is in between. So this is something we cultivated. So all of us, even the younger generation, they were bold enough to stand up and tell decently that we differ from you. So on scientific technical matters, all are equal in the organization. On the other side, we have large projects, and we have a project director who is empowered, but the most important thing is all centers contribute to this project. Multi-center project execution is the thing in ISRO, and multi-layer oversight mechanism. Reliability, of course, is rocket or satellite, they have to work. But the next one, for a launch, the review system runs parallel to the normal line of command. And it is autonomous technical review system, whether a rocket is ready to be flown is decided by that committee, which is empowered to do that. And they would listen to everyone in that auditorium, or town hall as we call it, if they have any apprehension. And then we, with the best input, we give the clearance for the launch. It could be still a problem. Transparency and accountability, not only within the organization, but to the nation. If there is a problem, we will tell we have a problem. The leader to shoulder failures. Yesterday also that was written how Professor Dhawan shouldered that failure of SLV-3 first flight And when it became a success, he left it to the project director, Mr. Kalam, to face the press at that time, or interact with the press at that time. And as I said, failure resilience and the lessons we always learn and preparedness for the contingencies is the secret behind most of the successes. This is something which came 30 years later. That was in 1972, the Space Commission and the Department of Space as a separate entity. Here we enlarged the vision nationally, and the whole of nation approach came to the picture, bringing the industry, the private sector, not as jobbing partners, but as co-passengers in the entire space program, thereby recognizing space as a major contributor, not only in science and technology, but to the economy. That's in space economy, India should have a role. And for development of Indian space economy, space has a major role. The private sector in a major way, and helping them, empowering them for major facilities, incentivizing the startups. These are all the things which are making now a difference for the country. Now this is what is currently going on. The next major step is going to be human in space or Indian in space. And this program started in the year 2004. It was conceptualized at that time. Feasibility studies were conducted in 2006 plus. The need and desirability at the national level was also established, and critical technologies were developed, and that's why we see the first one is the 2007 space capsule recovery experiment from the orbit, and the second one was the atmospheric re-entry of the module of size that is comparable to what we are sending today. And we have the Gaganyaan mission. I have written the timeline, 2019 it started. And now we are going to have the unmanned experimental flights in the year December 2024 itself, we will have it, and followed by 2 missions which are identical to the one which will take the human being. And that should happen in 2026. So this is going to be another major milestone. And then we have 3 major missions declared, and many of them are approved at the moment. First, the Indian in Space Gaganyaan program is going to be expanded to have the Bharati Antariksh Station by 2035, and its first module will get into orbit by 2028. That's the schedule. And finally, Indian in Moon. Now the lander and rover only reached. Now we have to have the human being and the lunar habitat. And finally, if you have to do it with self-reliance, we need to have powerful rockets. And that's why the new next generation launch vehicle NGLV development is also approved by the cabinet. If we talk about all these programs, it requires several new technologies. And the fundamental to the new launch vehicle is the high-thrust propulsion system, which will be based on liquid oxygen and methane. The liquid engine developments over the years progressed from the Earth-storable system, unsymmetrical hydrazine, and then we get into the cryogenics, liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen, and a slightly simpler version of it, semi-cryogenic, with liquid oxygen and kerosene. And finally, today, environmental friendly system of locked methane engine is going to be the backbone of a future program. And if this engine is developed, clustering of an array of such engines will be the key to the augmentation of the capacity in the new launch vehicle. If you have to have Bharati Earth Station, we need to have the capability for space docking, precisely. Those experiments are planned at the moment. If we have to have deep space missions and also faster travel to Mars, etc., we need to have nuclear propulsion, nuclear electric propulsion, as well as nuclear thermal propulsion. Much of the propellant that the launch vehicle carry contains oxygen. So can we have it taken from the air itself? It's a tough job, but this will have a low-cost access to space. And if you are going to Moon, if you are going to Mars, and if you have to have habitat built there, you must have the capability for utilization of in situ resources and cognitive robot. And finally, if the human being has to be there, you have to have the recyclable life support system for a long duration. Endurance and migration, that's another area. Space neurology, what happens to the brain. The bioastronautics, what happens to the bones. These are all important to be studied. And finally, when we reach Moon or Mars, we also should have the astrobiologist looking at not only the life in the universe beyond Earth, but whether we can also live in these planets. So these are all the tough challenges, and what I have indicated is these are futuristic technologies, examples of futuristic technologies, and we need national partners in space. CSIR has always been a partner in Indian space program, especially the National Aerospace Laboratory, now renamed, and many other laboratories in making instruments or materials. And I understand, I know that there is a strong partnership that is taking place between the two organizations, and certainly we will together make a big difference for this country in the space odyssey for the future. But essentially, it is team excellence of institutions, team excellence of departments, team excellence of individuals that matters. Thank you very much, and I stop.
Thank you, sir. I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for sharing your invaluable insights. Sir, your profound reflections on teamwork, perseverance, and the spirit of exploration resonate deeply within us all. Your journey in space science has not only inspired countless individuals, but has also significantly contributed to India's standing in the global arena. Thank you for your dedication to advancing science and for being a beacon of inspiration for generations to come. Thank you once again, sir. Moving forward, we are delighted to announce the release of the book, Innovation Trailblazers, The Leadership Legacies of CSIR, which celebrates the remarkable leadership of the 24 Director Generals who have led and shaped this Council of Scientific and Industrial Research since its inception in 1942. This publication provides glimpses of the vision, scientific contributions, and brief legacy of these exceptional leaders who have significantly influenced the scientific landscape of CSIR in its more than 8 decades of existence. So I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the book. Sir, please. Ma'am, please. Thank you all. Now for the group photograph, I would like to request our former DGs present here to please join us on the stage. Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, sir. Dr. V. Prakash, sir. Dr. T. Ramasamy, sir. Professor Sameer Brahmachari, sir. Dr. M.O. Garg, sir. Professor Asutosh Sharma, sir. A heartfelt thanks and a salute to the true icons in the scientific community. Thank you, sir. I would like to request you to please stay back. And the profile of each Director General has been authored by an eminent scientist who has served or is holding a leadership role. So we request the authors also to join us on the dais for a group photograph. We already have Dr. R. A. Mashelkar and Dr. T. Ramasamy, who are also the authors. Also, I request Dr. Rama Vishwakarma, sir, to please join us. Professor A.V. Ramarao, Professor Indranil Manna, Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Professor A.K. Grover, Professor J.S. Yadav, Professor B.K. Mishra, Dr. S. Sivaram, Dr. Avinash Kumar Srivastava, Dr. Venugopal Achanta, Dr. Ashish Lele, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, Dr. Renu Swaroop, Dr. B. Chandrasekharan, Dr. Anurag Agarwal, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Dr. Anjan Ray, Professor Sandeep Verma, Dr. Rakesh Mishra, Dr. Vinay Nandikuri, and Dr. Vijay Mohanan Pillai. We are honored to have such distinguished personalities with us on the dais today. So I would like to say, विज्ञान के पथ पर चलें जो, उनके कदम अमिट रहें, ज्ञान के दीपक जलाएं जो, वे इतिहास में अंकित रहें, जो सोचे जग के कल्याण की, उनकी राह अनंत रहे, उनकी दृष्टि में भविष्य का हर सपना संभव है. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you all.
इसी के साथ कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हैं. आइए अब चलते हैं CSIR मूवी के रिलीज की ओर. CSIR मूवी ये एक ऐसी मूवी है जिसमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत के निर्माण में CSIR की उल्लेखनीय यात्रा, योगदान और नवाचारों को दर्शाया गया है. आइए अब हम सब CSIR की वर्तमान उपलब्धियों और भावी दृष्टिकोण को समाविष्ट करने वाले इस प्रेरक दृष्टांत को देखने के लिए एक साथ जुड़ें और इस मूवी के अनावरण के साक्षी बनें. मैं अनुरोध करूंगी प्रधान वैज्ञानिक सलाहकार प्रोफेसर अजय कुमार सूद जी से कि वे इस CSIR मूवी का अनावरण करें और हम सभी को इस अविस्मरणीय क्षण का साक्षी बनने का गौरव प्रदान करें. प्लीज सर.
For over 8 decades, the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, has stood as a guardian of India's rich scientific heritage, while advancing in tandem with the nation's modern progress.
साइंस में पैशन के साथ जब देश की सेवा का संकल्प जुड़ जाता है, तो नतीजे भी अभूतपूर्व आते हैं.
Over the past decade, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and the dynamic guidance of Honorable Minister for Science and Technology Dr. Jitendra Singh, CSIR has emerged as a key catalyst in driving the Make in India initiative, steering the nation towards self-reliance in every sector.
This institution's journey has itself become a kind of a role model for many other institutions which would happen in the times to come.
With 37 laboratories across the nation, CSIR is committed to enhancing the lives of Indian citizens through cutting-edge SMT innovations and sustainable solutions.
To overcome the day-to-day challenges of life's chessboard, perseverance in science and understanding of technology hold the key to victory. And CSIR are grandmaster in this game.
CSIR's visionary initiatives, such as the Aroma Mission and the Purple Revolution, have turned farming into a lucrative opportunity, empowering even marginal farmers in the most remote and challenging landscapes to thrive and prosper.
पहले हम खेती करते थे, मक्की लगाते थे अपने और राजमा वगैरह, उनमें हमें कोई बेनिफिट नहीं मिला। फिर हमने ये लवाइंडर लगाया, जब से तो हमें बेनिफिट हो रहा है, इसी में हम मस्त हैं सब।
CSIR has continuously revolutionized the agricultural landscape, beginning with the introduction of India's first indigenous tractor and made history once again in 2023 by launching India's first compact e-tractor.
For the first time, CSIR has developed a unique women-friendly technology that not only fulfills the requirement of the small farmers but also empowers the women of the rural India.
CSIR has made remarkable strides in making affordable healthcare a reality in India. CSIR played a vital role in developing indigenous vaccines, medicines, diagnostics, and providing rapid solutions.
We were so scared during COVID times, but thank God, we got Mama's test results within an hour, and her treatment began immediately. Later, we got to know that this was all possible because of CRISPR-based COVID-19 diagnostic kits developed by CSIR.
CSIR has always focused on making a difference in people's lives. While its food technologies have elevated India's food industry to a world standard, these innovations have also brought about significant changes at the community level.
ನಾವು CFTR ಇಂದ 15 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ತರಬೇತಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಇವಾಗ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ 3,000 ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಇವಾಗ 6,000 7,000 ತನಕ ನಾವು ಲಾಭನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ CFTR ತುಂಬಾ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ.
CSIR has made significant achievements in the energy and chemical sectors, including hydrogen fuel cells, lithium-ion and sodium-ion battery technologies, biojet fuel, and the commercial 10,000 tons per annum hydrazine hydrate plant that was dedicated to the nation by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Additionally, CSIR's solid oxide fuel cell technology is set to revolutionize the capabilities of electric vehicles in the near future.
We are technology licensee of anaerobic gas lift reactor technology developed by IICT. Apart from this municipal solid waste, vegetable waste, cattle manure and all that, we have also installed a biogas plant based on the technology using slaughterhouse waste. So that is also generating biogas, which is a unique solution.
Managing biomedical waste and ensuring its proper disposal has always been a major challenge. To address this, CSIR has introduced an innovative solution to its biomedical waste to soil additives technology, which converts biomedical waste into valuable soil additives. As the world's second largest producer of leather goods, a large segment of India's population thrives on the leather industry. CSIR has played a pivotal role in advancing this sector with groundbreaking innovations. Today, CSIR is at the forefront of developing vegan leather technology and is creating an indigenous footwear sizing system tailored specifically for India.
I'm eagerly waiting for the Indian footwear sizing system, which is being developed by the CSIR.
An efficient and robust road network is the foundation for propelling the nation forward. CSIR has consistently made advanced technologies in the field, and now its steel slag technology is reinforcing India's road construction efforts.
I am delighted to say that our collaboration with CSIR, Central Road Research Institute, has been a winning solution. They have come up with two innovative technologies: steel slag aggregates and the RejuPave technology for bituminous hot mixes.
Throughout its journey of technological innovation, CSIR has also demonstrated its remarkable expertise in the aerospace sector. CSIR's pioneering seaweed farming and processing technology has opened up innovative livelihood opportunities for coastal communities.
அது எப்படி நம்மளுக்கு வாழ்வாரம்னா நல்லா நம்மளுக்கு கை கொடுக்குதா, காசு நல்லா வருமானம் வருமா அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் நினச்சி வந்து மூங்கில் போட்டோன்னு சரியான விளைஞ்சிருச்சு.
From the skies above to the ocean's depths, CSIR's technological advancements have made a significant impact in all realms.
I'm extremely happy to inform you that CSIR is now fully committed, geared up to come up with indigenous technologies. Our aim is to stay relevant globally and to help India to become self-reliant. Thank you.
आप सभी से तालियों की गुजारिश करूंगी।
Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed the wonderful glimpses into the world of CSIR, its journey, its achievements, and its commitment to scientific excellence and innovation in building a self-reliant India. Moving forward, you will be happy to know that in an inspiring collaboration between CSIR and the Energy Swaraj Foundation, the energy saving campaign was launched with a goal to reduce electricity consumption across all CSIR laboratories by at least 10% during the months of June, July, and August 2024. This initiative not only aimed to promote energy conservation, but also to set a benchmark for sustainable practices in research institutions. So may I now request Professor Chetan Solanki, founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation, to share his words about this admirable collaboration. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Professor Sood, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Dr. Kalai Selvi, Dr. Mahesh, all the former DGs, the directors of CSIR Labs, and everybody present here. It is really my pleasure to tell you about this initiative that under the guidance of Dr. Kalai Selvi we have taken. And today is the foundation day, and sometime it is important to go back to the fundamentals. I'm a professor of IIT Bombay, and I'm on unpaid leave, and I've left my home for 11 years. I live in a bus. I'm traveling all across the country, not because I've gone crazy, but because the climate is not changing. It has already changed. Never in the history of humankind, the temperature of the planet was so high as it is today. Never in the history of humankind, we were seeing so intense floods and droughts and heat waves and cold waves and forest fires and ice melting and sea level rise. This is all happening in front of our own eyes. And therefore, sometime it is important to, as I said, go back to the fundamental. And one of the primary fundamental of living on this planet is that the size of the planet is finite and all resources are finite. Our science is growing, technology is growing, economy is growing, but the size of the planet is not growing, minerals are not growing, water is not growing, soil is not growing. Therefore, there is a very old saying that we adopted, that is, prevention is better than cure. And I would say prevention is 1,000 times better than cure. Though we are developing new technologies, for example, in renewable energy, we have solar and wind and biomass, and I did my PhD in solar. I know how advanced it is and how much we are growing by leaps and bounds. But nevertheless, all this technology serve as a cure only, but the fundamental lies in the preventing the problem. And therefore, that gave the birth of this initiative that we started with Energy Swaraj Foundation, which I'm leading together with the CSIR. It is called the Love You CSIR. And the name represents Laboratory of Very Effective Energy Users. When I'm traveling in my bus, by the way, I live in a bus, I sleep in a bus, and my bus is my home. When I'm traveling all over the country, I could see that the kind of misuse and overuse and inefficient use of energy is very, very high, and country can do without it if we can all be cautious user of energy rather than careless user of energy. And that is why we started this Laboratory of Very Effective Energy Users, and the goal together with the, Dr. Kalai Selvi suggested, we set 10% reduction in electricity consumption, of course without affecting our activities. And I'm very happy, and the target was 3 months, June, July, August. Our idea was that the seasonal variation and the cultural functions should not affect our measurement. So we said June, July, August of 2024 will be compared with the June, July, August of 2023. And we have set the guidelines, we have made the posters, and all laboratories were informed. And I'm really very happy I personally went to various laboratories, and thanks to all the directors who have actually supported my visit, and not only supported visit, they very enthusiastically taken part. The top lab which has demonstrated the reduction in electricity consumption is 17%. I'm very also happy to tell you that, yeah, let us clap for the top lab, Dr. Kalai Selvi announced. I'm also very happy to tell you that top 16 laboratories have demonstrated more than 10% electricity consumption. So again, clap for the all top 16. In all, 23 labs have demonstrated positive growth, which means their consumption has actually reduced over this three months as compared to the last month. There were 15 labs which did not do enough, and their electricity consumption has actually increased by 9.3%. So we have done this calculation on how much actually saving of electricity happened in this Love You CSIR initiative. By the way, this is only the phase 1 where we focus on not investing any money. It was only by awareness. And in the phase 1, considering the electricity consumption, India is growing with 7%, and those 15 labs have grown by 9.3%. In 2023, June, July, August, our total electricity consumption of all the labs together was 374 lakh units. Had this Love You CSR initiative not been there, the total consumption of 2024, June, July, August would have been 410 lakh units, which means that together we have saved almost 34.5 lakh units by really not doing something. So I'm really happy that it happened, and the whole idea, Professor Sood and Dr. Radhakrishnan, is that can this be a guideline for all the central government funded institutions, all NITs, all IITs, DRDOs, ISIS, everybody can actually do, and we can save crores of units of electricity and also contribute in saving of our import of energy. We spend almost 16 to 17 lakh crore every single year. So we can save energy, we can be less dependent on other countries, and of course we save carbon emission, global warming, and climate change. So thank you so much, Dr. Kalai Selvi. I invite you to announce the result now of all the 3 labs that are the winner.
So friends, all of you will be now excited to know who are the 3 laboratories who are going to bag first, second, and the third prizes. As rightly told by Professor Chetan, it is not only energy saving, but also we saved the climate also, climate change or the Mother Earth also. 12 crore now is already saved in this particular exercise. Therefore, we thought that we have to distribute it back to the laboratories, and therefore the third prize will cover 2 crore, and the second prize winner will get 3 crore, and the first prize winner will get 5 crore. So this 5 plus 3 plus 2, 10 crore money will be again invested back in some energy related or energy saving related laboratory oriented R&D only. So now coming, because I just wanted to spend time very intentionally, now the result. The third prize goes to CSIR CSM CRI Bhavnagar. Director Dr. Kannan, run. Come and collect the 2 crores. So an amount of rupees 2 crore goes to CSM CRI Bhavnagar. So I request Professor Ajay Sood and Dr. Radhakrishnan ji, both of you together, you can honor the winners. On this occasion, on behalf of CSIR, I should definitely thank enormously Professor Chetan Solanki for this idea. The second prize goes to, any guess? CSIR Central Electrochemical Research Institute, Karakudi. Dr. Ramesha, come. So an amount of rupees 3 crore goes to Central Electrochemical Research Institute, Karaikudi. Now the first prize goes to, any guess? Quickly. CSIR CGCRA Kolkata. So rupees 5 crore goes to CSIR CGCRA Kolkata. So hearty congratulations to all the prize winners. Big thanks again to Professor Chetan Solanki. And I should definitely thank TMD and especially Prasad Bhukia, who was really working so closely. And my thanks are due to Dr. Mahesh, who was all the time working with Professor Chetan Solanki. And I appreciate the entire team of Dr. Mahesh and Dr. Vibha in doing this exercise and coming up with this kind of an announcement. Thank you so much.
Now I request Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, DG Ma'am, to please felicitate Professor Chetan Solanki, founder of Energy Swaraj Foundation. Ma'am, please. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you, sir, to promote energy conservation.
इसी के साथ मैं धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव के लिए अनुरोध करूंगी CSIR स्थापना दिवस के समन्वयक डॉक्टर जी महेश जी से।
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, our very many distinguished guests, our beloved former Director Generals of CSIR, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks. First and foremost, on behalf of CSIR, I would like to express our deep gratitude to the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankarji, for gracing the occasion with his esteemed presence and motivating words. A special thanks to Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Vice President CSIR. Sir, though you could not be with us in person, your message and commitment to the cause of science inspire us. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to Professor Ajay Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, for his continued support and guidance in shaping India's scientific ecosystem, including the CSIR, and for being with us today. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, our distinguished Foundation Day speaker, for sharing his thoughts with us. Sir, your insights have guided the scientific community, and we are deeply grateful for your inspiring Foundation Day address. I would like to also thank the international delegates from APCTT who have joined us today. A big thank you to our former Director Generals of CSIR for being with us on this very important day. We eagerly look forward to listening to you, sirs, during the post-lunch leadership conclave. We also sincerely appreciate and thank the efforts of all those who made the CSIR thematic exhibition possible. At this moment, I would like to express a special thanks to Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, Director General CSIR, for her visionary leadership, invaluable guidance, and constant encouragement. I also extend our gratitude to the press and media members whose support in covering today's event helps us reach the public and share the remarkable work being done by CSIR. A heartfelt thanks to all the directors of CSIR labs and heads of departments of CSIR headquarters for their unwavering support and cooperation. Your commitment has been instrumental in organizing today's event. Lastly, I thank the entire organizing committee, our dedicated staff, and the countless individuals behind the scenes who have made today's event a success. Your hard work and dedication are deeply appreciated. Once again, a big thank you to everyone who has joined us today and warm wishes of the CSIR Foundation Day. Thank you and Jai Hind.
धन्यवाद सर। इससे पूर्व कि मैं इस कार्यक्रम के पहले सेशन को विराम दूं, एक बार पुनः बताना चाहूँगी कि कार्यक्रम के 2 और सेशंस हैं। कार्यक्रम का दूसरा सेशन है CSIR लीडरशिप कॉन्क्लेव, जो कि इसी सभागार में अपराह्न 2:30 बजे से आरंभ होगा। कार्यक्रम का तीसरा सेशन सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का है, जो सायं 5:30 बजे से आरंभ होगा। इस सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम में शास्त्रीय नृत्य शैली ओडिसी के अंतर्गत आप नृत्य प्रस्तुति विस्तार का आनंद ले सकेंगे, जिसे आपके समक्ष प्रस्तुत करेंगी पद्मश्री माधवी मुदगल जी। कार्यक्रम को थोड़ा विराम देते हैं, मिलते हैं दूसरे सेशन में अपराह्न 2:30 बजे इसी सभागार में। आप सभी से लंच के लिए AP शिंदे डाइनिंग हॉल में सादर अनुरोध करूंगी कि आप सभी वहां पहुंचें। धन्यवाद।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will start the program shortly, so I request all of you to please resume your seats. I request all of you to please take your seats. सपनों की बुनाई से जो विज्ञान की राह सजाते हैं, उन वैज्ञानिकों के चरणों में हम श्रद्धा से सिर झुकाते हैं। ज्ञान के दीप जलाकर जो अंधेरों को दूर भगाते हैं, वे ही हैं हमारे मार्गदर्शक जो सच्चाई के पथ पर चलाते हैं। उनकी मेहनत की कहानी सुनहरी पन्नों पर लिखी है, देश की सेवा में जिनकी एक एक सांस महकती है। विज्ञान का ये मंजर उनके ही जज्बे का परिणाम है। आज हम उनका अभिनंदन करते हैं जिनका ज्ञान है अनुपम, अद्वितीय और अमिट। A very good afternoon to everyone. I once again welcome you all to the CSIR Leadership Conclave, a session that celebrates the legacy, vision, and leadership that have guided CSIR through its extraordinary journey of excellence. Today, we are honored by the presence of several former Director Generals of CSIR, whose visionary leadership has left a profound imprint not only on CSIR but on the entire landscape of Indian science and innovation. These distinguished individuals have been the architects of change, guiding CSIR through transformative times and helping it reach new pinnacles of scientific achievements. With that, it is my distinct honor to invite the esteemed leaders on the dais. Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member SNT Niti Ayog. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology. I request you, sir, to please take your seats on the dais. Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, a legendary scientist CEO. Dr. V. Prakash, an eminent scientist. Dr. T. Ramasamy, a governance role model in SNT. Professor S.K. Brahmachari, a big science visionary. Dr. M.O. Garg, a translational specialist. Professor Ashutosh Sharma, a mega science champion. And Dr. N. Kalaiselvi, the first woman Director General of CSIR. Let us give a warm round of applause to these remarkable dignitaries as they take their place on the dais. Now I would like to request our esteemed Director General, Dr. N. Kalaiselvi, to please present a special floral welcome to our honored guests. I request you, ma'am, to please welcome Dr. V.K. Saraswat by presenting a bouquet. Ma'am, please. We welcome you, sir. We are privileged to welcome Dr. R.A. Mashelkar. We welcome you, sir. We also welcome Dr. V. Prakash. I now request ma'am to please welcome Dr. T. Ramasamy. It is now my pleasure to welcome Dr. M.O. Garg with a bouquet of flowers. Next, we welcome Professor S.K. Brahmachari by a bouquet of flowers. Now I request ma'am to please welcome Professor A. Sharma by a bouquet of flowers. Now I request ma'am to please welcome Dr. Rajesh Gokhale. We welcome you, sir. Also, we are privileged to warmly welcome Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, who has joined us online. We welcome you, sir. A heartfelt salute to the true icons in the scientific community. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us a trailblazer in the realm of science and technology, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, a prominent member of the Niti Ayog, who has made significant strides in defense technology and aerospace engineering, contributing immensely to the India's missile and space programs. His expertise in policy formation emphasizes innovation, technology, and sustainable development, all aimed at enhancing our nation's technological capabilities. CSIR's leadership at Niti Aayog plays a crucial role in connecting scientific research with real-world applications, paving the way for a knowledge-driven economy. It is with great respect that I invite Dr. V.K. Saraswat, sir, to share his insightful opening remarks. Sir, please.
Namaskar, good afternoon. First of all, let me apologize for delaying the program. Unfortunately, I'm coming from somewhere else and directly coming from one meeting to this. I would like to greet some of my gurus who are present here, Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. Brahmachari, and others who have been my gurus when I used to be part of DRDO. And some of my contemporaries who were secretaries at that time when I was also secretary, some with whom I have been working as member Niti Aayog, and all of you with whom I have had the occasion to interact on various subjects, members of the CSIR fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is a great occasion to celebrate the Foundation Day of CSIR, and on that occasion to have the assembly of such luminaries who have contributed immensely to the growth of science and technology, innovation in the country. We used to vouch with the names of people like Dr. Mashelkar when we say that who is responsible for India's IP structure and innovation. Always one name comes to my mind is always Dr. Mashelkar. I still remember one of those days when Dr. Kalam and Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. Kalam was the secretary in those days and Dr. Mashelkar was DG CSIR. And there was an occasion when, I think it was DRDO Day or something, when Dr. Mashelkar was there in Defense Science Center and Dr. Kalam was there. I gave a talk on project management and how we were doing. In those days, I think I was doing Prithvi Missile as a project director. So I did mention how we were doing the project and what kind of leadership we were able to provide to achieve the mission objectives, the kind of goals which were set out in the project mission. And Dr. Mashelkar came and patted and said, can we also have some of these elements what you talked about in CSIR? I still remember your words, sir. Later on, when I've interacted now, and I see, I have visited practically all laboratories of, practically most of the laboratories of CSIR, and interacted with the directors and scientists, I find you already have a very good culture of science, technology, and innovation. And more than that, you are the only organization which has focused on what we call as commercialization of technology and bringing in more and more IP to our country. This is one factor which I think all of us should be grateful to Dr. Mashelkar because he brought in that particular element. And from that time onwards, if I now refer to somebody from where I can get technology for doing patenting, how do I get people who can learn how to do the patent? I always refer to the office of, I think, patenting in the department of CSIR. Of course, there was an equivalent system which was set out by, I think, Y.S. Rajan in TIFAC when he was also doing a similar thing. So, you see the luminaries who are here today, they are the great people who have contributed. And the theme of this conclave today is leadership. And leadership has different styles. All of us have followed some style depending upon what is ingrained in us, what is our training, and what is the kind of experience we borrowed from our predecessors. So I would say that there is no substitute for laser focus today on science to foster the social and economic change. because if we can provide the right leadership in science and technology, it will lead to social and economic change. And these are not some idealistic good to haves, science and technology. Actually, these are the instruments on progress. So all of us are responsible for that, and hence we need leadership in that. And if we have to catapult India to the global stage of innovation, we need world-class research institutions, empowered researchers to take the original problems and vibrant ecosystem into entrepreneurship. Unfortunately, I have to acknowledge that our scientific output is not commensurate with the talent present in our country. Now, if we had to look at leadership, it is all about accomplishing something through other people that would not have happened if you were not there. That is how I would put this definition. And in today's world, there is less and less through command and control. Gone are the days when people would say good command and control and you are a good leader. And more through changing people's mindset. What we are looking at today, how a leader can do the kind of mindset change which we are talking. I'm just coming from a review of the Bharat Heavy Electricals, a committee which has been constituted by Department of Heavy Industries. A part of the problem which we noticed there was the mindset of the people. Even though the policies permit many processes of implementation the project, but the mindset of the people does not allow them to go beyond what they think. And hence, we keep on blaming the policy, but actually there's nothing wrong with the policy. It is basically the way we implement and we don't overcome the problem of mindset. And hence, a good leader, if it is able to give the change the people's mindset, and then it will be a great thing to do. Basic thing is you should be able to mobilize ideas and values that energize other people, assist community to create and align the shared goals, and guide community to articulate its value through beliefs. And it should be able to manage harmony. And that is one of the most important things today. How do you manage harmony in the system? That means create consensus among participants and to describe how the individual roles and responsibilities of the individuals merge to be collective gain. That is what we are looking at. The role could be in different forms, in institutionalizing the value system, that is converting the shared goals into operational plans for accomplishment, motivating, that is helping the participants to find meaning in their work. I think this is the most important thing. Many people do not understand what is the meaning in their work. They lack that particular understanding of the work, and as a result, they are not able to perform. We should encourage participants to accept increasing responsibility for making decisions and their work. Of course, people say, is leader the same as manager? But there is an important part of a leader's responsibility is managing. Manage and regulate the daily operations of the workplace without interfering with the instructional time. Accomplish the routine tasks with minimal interruption of the participants and explaining the rationale of the participants' actions. Now, there are different ways of looking at today's styles of leadership because we are not outside the society. We are part of the society today. And society is transforming from society 1.0 to today, we are inching towards society 5.0. If we are inching towards society 5.0, that means our major focus, which requires, again, leadership values, is in terms of sustainability, environmental harmony, decentralization, resilience, problem solving and value creation, imagination of the society, and the most important part which our Honorable Prime Minister will be talking about is digital society, that is digitalization, how we do that. If we have to also integrate our efforts towards the industrialization, then we have to look at in which direction the industry is going. Industry is going in the direction of Industry 4.0. If it is going in the direction of 4.0, then have I got the skills or my team has got the skills for Industry 4.0 or not? Am I able to do the scalability? Are we able to provide the transdisciplinary or multidisciplinary or cross-disciplinary environment for the people? And are we able to see what is the flexible source of knowledge? So this is where we have to see how we can do for Education 4.0, Industry 4.0, and also leadership in the context of today's demographic dividend. And what is the demographic dividend? That we have more than 500 million people who are young people. And these young people, if they have to be provided leadership, then we have to look at about their education and literacy. We have to look at about their employment. We have to look at their health. We have to look at the best governance which we can provide, and also provide the ways and means for the economic growth. So that is what we are looking at today. For Industry 4.0, we need technology. We need skills there. For example, providing cognitive computing facilities, providing the Internet of Things ecosystem for them, providing machine-to-machine learning for them, providing robotics information, providing cloud computing information. Then only we will be able to provide the leading as far as the Industry 4.0 is concerned. Now, all of you keep talking about he is an autocratic leader, he is a very bureaucratic leader, he is a very democratic leader. So there are different styles of leadership which all of us do. And we have either the pendulum on one side or pendulum on the other side. But how many of us have a right combination? Are you an autocrat? Are you visionary? Are you affirmative? Are you democratic? Are you pace setting? Are you coaching type? Now all these styles, they make an important difference as far as this is concerned. Another thing that is required in any leader, are you transformative or not? Because if you are not able to bring the transformation, then in a functional system, if the transformation is not brought in, then the improvement in efficiency won't take place. Output will not improve. And hence, we should be looking at the transformational skills. And what are those transformational skills? According to me, there are 10 top skills. One is strategic capability to inspire others with a clear vision, adaptive to exceptions and failures, experience in digital technologies, resilient, experience in internal politics. This is very important. Every organization has got an internal politics. Do we have the right experience to handle that and come out through that in a manner in which it does not affect your working and efficiency? Are you emphatic? Take everyone's interest into account and design positive changes. Are you project-oriented or not? You may be a functional organization, but you have to create a matrix structure in such a manner that the projects move into the functional in a matrix form. So that is important. And you should be able to paint always a big picture. You cannot be a narrow picture. Are you able to provide the narrow picture? Your management style, is it scientific or not? In this uncertain world, we have to always think like a scientist. I always say that scientific management style and the traditional management style, there are differences. And what are those differences? For example, a traditional management logic will be bring answer to the problem. The scientific will look at how brings questions, what are the issues that have to be. In the traditional one, we value which conforms. Normally, we look for conformity, precedence. Whereas scientific, we look for experimentation. We look for innovation. In a traditional one, we follow evaluation, monitoring. But scientific way, we will do empowerment. Help them make sense and analyze from the available data. So like that, there are a number of differences. But what is important is that the current system requires scientific management logic rather than the traditional management logic. There are 16 principles for building a highly effective S&T research ecosystem. I'm talking to the researchers, so it becomes very important for me to acknowledge the fact that there is a leadership S&T for vision of the future. And what are those principles? One is will and ownership. Whatever you are doing, you should have the will and you should have the ownership for that. You should be able to plan the future, understand the centrality of the people. You cannot avoid the fact that research is centered around the individuals. So centrality of the people is very important. Answer always is, let the merit be the key principle, not anything else. Promote autonomy and accountability. Create differentiators. Many people, I'll give you an example. We had a flexible complementation system in DRDO, and now I think CSIR laboratories, all of us have. There's a tendency for us that when we are writing APARs, you know, APAR, confidential reports, everybody we would like to give them between 85 to 90. We don't want to differentiate. We want to make sure that everybody is right for promotion after 4 years or something. But that is the biggest problem. We are creating problem for a system that you are palming off your responsibility to somebody else. And he finds it very difficult at that stage. Who is the right person, who is the wrong person? He is not able to evaluate. So create differentiators. If you don't create differentiators, then you are not a good leader. Create areas of excellence. All of us talk of center of excellences and all that. That's more important, to create areas of excellence. We have to always raise the bar. Never be satisfied with what you have achieved now. Raise the bar. Respect the ideas of others and also respect the failures. Create awareness. Remember, money is not a bad word. A lot of people say, oh, he is after money. What's wrong? If a professor or a scientist is earning some consultancy, or he's getting something out of what work he has done, there's nothing wrong in that. Don't look down upon. Create incentives. Create the market, make the market. Be dispassionate and transparent. Make public science aware. And bring speed and efficiency. These are the 16 principles. Last, I will close by talk with what Dr. Kalam used to say. I can never avoid that, because whatever I am, it is because of the training which I got from Dr. Kalam. In a world where the process are, he said, in a world where the process are determined by the share of world's knowledge, reflected by patents, papers, and so on, it is important for India to put all her acts together to become a continuous innovator and creator of S&T-intensive products. Science research can help us build innovative companies that create irreplaceable products and services with great economic value. India-based research will produce public goods at lower prices. These are his words. I'm quoting from all his points. India-based research will position us to survive and excel in the winner-take-all environment, where there is no room for the second best. And he said that today, the materials and hardware for research have never been more accessible and cheap due to the Internet of Communication technologies, economics of scale, and open source movement. We have everything we need to catch up with the West. So what is important is, we have the right ecosystem today. We have the right set of people. We have the right set of scientists. If we are unable to provide the great leadership in all this, to this complete ecosystem, create more and more scientific leaders, technology leaders, who are able to do what Kalam said, the best, second to none. That is the kind of system we can create. With the qualities which I mentioned, I think India can become #1 as far as our S&T achievements are concerned. I hope CSIR will create such leaders, will create such institutions, and in the next Foundation Day, we will be celebrating more leaders other than what is present on this dais. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful opening remarks. Your vision for integrating science and technology into national development is truly inspiring, and we look forward to your continued guidance as we strive towards a brighter, more technologically advanced future for our nation. Thank you once again, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have with us a luminary in the field of polymer engineering, Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkar, renowned for his transformative leadership as the Director General of CSIR from 1995 to 2006. He is a distinguished member of the Royal Society, being one of the only 3 engineering scientists from India to achieve this prestigious recognition in its 364 years of history. President of India honored him with the Padam Shri, Padam Bhushan and Padam Vibhushan, making him the only scientist from CSIR to receive all 3 accolades. I request you, sir, to please share your invaluable insights. Sir, please.
My most respected friend, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, or beloved DG CSIR, Dr. Kalaisam, makers of CSIR that I see on the dais today, and my family of CSIR. First of all, I must congratulate you, Dr. Kalaisam, for doing this to us. This is a fantastic idea of capturing the essence of the leadership that CSIR has had so far. I know I have read, because I wrote it myself, Dr. Bhatnagar, but I'm very, very keen to read the rest. As soon as this meeting is over, I'm flying back to Pune. I'll finish this book before I enter Pune, because I think this is something that needed to be done, and you did it. So our congratulations as well as thanks for doing this. I'd like to extend my very best wishes for our Foundation Day to our family. I'll tell you something, at my age, I'm 81 going to 82, you keep on adding years to your life. Something like this adds life to your years, honestly. Because meeting all the family, giving them a warm hug, you can't do it online. Am I right, Dr. Radhakrishnan? That warm hug, you can't do it online. It has to be sort of physical. So I think I've lost count of the number of hugs I've given today, but it must be a record in a morning. So thank you very much for making that happen. I was telling Dr. Saraswat after his brilliant lecture, you have said it all, we can go home now, as far as the leadership lessons are concerned. But what I'd like to do is to take you through some of my own experience, my own journey, talk about some of the lessons I learned from my own book of life, out of which 30 years was with CSIR, and 15 years in the corporate world with various boards that I had, and what I have learned, I'd like to share that with you. But I'd like to begin, since you talked about Dr. Kalam, begin with Dr. Kalam. I think that would be the proper thing to do. I think the first thing Dr. Kalam taught me was humility. A leader, a good leader must have humility. They say parachute works best when it is open. Mind is also like that. It works best when it is open. Open-mindedness and humility are the essence, no matter how technologically superb you may be. To me, Dr. Saraswat, it has become very clear while I was doing the selection of directors, and I appointed 48 directors, that as important as science was behavioral science, to be honest, all right? So that's the first thing. And let me tell you, share with your experience. The year was 1993, and I got a call from Dr. Kalam. He was the DRDO chief. You had 55 directors. And he said, Mashelkar, I'd like you to give the opening talk in that conference and say something inspiring and all that, etc. So what will you talk on? So I said, sir, I will talk on fighting it in the marketplace. He said, what does that mean? So I said, look, 1991, opening up liberalization has taken place. CSIR no more can be happy with import substitution. Tariff barriers have come down to nothing. And how to compete with the biggest of the multinationals, with their high-quality products, with huge investments, R&D, etc. How do we do that? That's what I'm going to speak on. So he said, fine, do that. And then, Dr. Saraswat, what I did was that I began my talk by saying, Mr. Technology of India, Dr. Kalam, and then, of course, all of you and the rest of it. And then I talked about the changes that were taking place. And you talked about patenting. And I said how National Chemical Laboratory was becoming International Chemical Laboratory, licensing its patent to the biggest in the world in terms of their products, like General Electric, 40% share of polycarbonate, and we were licensing patents to them in that. 1992, we licensed 3 patents for $1 million. That was the first reverse transfer of technology. I mentioned about that. And within that, I talked about patent literacy. What is patent literacy? It is your ability to read a patent and write a patent. You read it in such a way that you can bypass it and create your own, but write it in such a way that nobody can bypass you. All right? And the rest, and why it was important and all that. Then we had the lunch together, Dr. Saraswat. He came to me and he said, as usual, you know his style. He put my hand around and said, you are nice to me. But he said, you talked about patent illiteracy. Do you know that I am a patent illiterate of India? Tell me, is it important for DRDO? I said, of course. I mean, you can't patent a missile, but if you have developed a system or sensor or this, that, etc. Then he had this style, you know, he called somebody, hey, come here, listen to Mashelkar and do what you want, do whatever he said. And then, of course, the rest is history, of course, you created. Why I'm saying that is that Dr. Kalam, such a great man, but look at his humility. The humility to say that I don't know something. I think that is where great leadership starts, as a matter of fact, that open mind. I thought I will begin that. I did not have that in my written script, by the way, but you inspired me to talk about this. But that is the most important part, being a good human being with open mind who listens to everyone. I think that's the first. The second is, I would like to go back to Dr. S.S. Bhatnagar. I'm grateful to you, Kalai Selvi, for a simple reason that I discovered Dr. Bhatnagar because you asked me. You see, you know, I have a bad habit. You ask me to write 20 lines, I'll read 20,000 lines and come back to you. So the kind of Bhatnagar I studied, I'd never done in my life. And I'm really grateful to you for that. And I discovered several facets of his life. I wish I had done that when I took over in 1995. I would have been far better DG of CSIR. And I found that lots of things that I claimed I did for the first time, he had done them already. I would like to take up one point, which is very sort of important, because we talk about the future of CSIR, but will CSIR have a future if everybody starts questioning what is CSIR doing? All right, what has it done? And you can keep on getting such remarks from society, from political system, from so many others and so on. And that is not something new. So I'd like to read out what he had said, that in his convocation address at MS University, Baroda, SSB, that is what I use, had said, universities and national laboratories have complementary functions to perform. National laboratories are not intended to supplant, but supplement the work of individual or collective industrial concerns and universities in respect of research. His mind was very clear, all right? And I'm deeply concerned about this because there is again and again a talk about what has CSIR done. Again and again a talk about CSIR's relevance. And I was very direct when I wrote this particular article on CSIR at 80, and I will just read out to you what I had said. It is important that not only CSIR understands its own distinctive identity, but also the other stakeholders like industry, government, politicians, and society understand it. CSIR is not a university, or an IIT, or an ISIR, or an R&D wing of an industry. Its unique space as a translator, as a facilitator, and as a co-creator in the journey of ideas to impact is not clear to me. The failed attempts to shift CSIR labs to user ministries in the past, or misconstrued nations by even some of the well-known industry leaders, and that included CII president, that CSIR labs should be placed in industry as a result of this lack of sustained communication about the distinctive standing and big purpose of CSIR. I'm sorry that confusion still continues, I'm very sorry to say. And therefore, I had just made a suggestion and I come back to you. In 2003, I set up Dr. Vijay Kelkar Committee, just to see what is the relevance of CSIR and how the performance of CSIR should be measured. Because when the nation invests in science and technology, it is always what are the ROI, what is the return on investment, all right? And then we can give some qualitative answer. They don't work. You have to come quantitatively and say, this is the difference we have made. And I remember Dr. Vijay Kelkar had people like K.V. Kamath, CSIR. He was a member. And social scientists, I think Samir, you also participated in that. And there was, after due deliberations, this particular report that was created, which is one of the greatest reports that I have ever seen, because it said CSIR's big purpose is about doing what you might like to say as a public good, private good, social good, and strategic good, 4 areas. And in each case, they tried to quantify it, so as to say, in terms of benefit to cost ratio. Like, since you talked about NAL, a lot of the satellites have been graduates of our wind tunnel, as you know, right? Supposing that was not there, what would have been the cost? And what would have lost in terms of time and money, etc.? Because economists, so they put sort of numbers. And benefit to cost ratio, Dr. Kalai was done for 8 laboratories. And it was always greater than 1 in many cases. Like you talked today morning about the Purple Revolution. There's no point in talking about, I mean, it's important to show that there are villagers who are actively there, but put numbers now. What is it that has come out as an output, as an outcome in terms of enhancement in the quality of their life, the income, and because of that, whatever has happened? I think we have to start putting numbers. So my suggestion will be, and this one, I have been World Bank consultant in 9 countries. I've used this framework everywhere, and it just works with the politicians, particularly not with Minister of Science and Technology, but with the finance ministers. It just works wonderfully well. So I think once and for all, I'm taking from Dr. Bhatnagar said, because in his time there was this particular crisis, this versus university. It will continue, by the way. CSIR Australia also has that. Their DG was also a close friend of mine. But I think I'd like to begin by saying a great leadership of CSIR will be required first to survive and then to succeed. I think that's very, very important, because these are the times where we have to not only justify our existence, but show what we have been able to do. The other 2-3 points I will make are as follows. The second very important point is, I had talked about that in my lecture. I said we must stir CSIR. The stir part of it was, the S part was doing it with speed, achieving scale, and doing it sustainability. Speed, scale, sustainability. The T part of it was talent, technology, and trust. These things. The third part of it was, of course, integration, innovation, but with inclusion. And finally, context decides the content. As the context changes, we have to change the content. India is changing. India is changing very rapidly, exponentially. And if we don't change with that particular speed, we will be irrelevant. As simple as that, you know. So these were the 4 that I had basically talked about. Out of that, one of the things I will pick up from Dr. Saraswat in terms of leadership, creating teams, and you saw the brilliant example, your lecture, Dr. Radhakrishnan, in the morning showed how teams have performed and the dynamics of creating excellence and relevance along with the team. I would tell you an interesting experience in my life. You know, I was born in a very poor family. Many of you know. I walked barefoot until I was 12. I studied under street lights. And to 2 meals a day was a challenge. And I remember I went to a municipal school, which was free. That's why I could study. And I had to go from 7th to 8th standard, and my mother required 21 rupees for my shoes, for my uniforms, and so on. It took her 21 days to get it. Okay? And I didn't get admission in a great school. I got an admission in a poor school. But that poor school had rich teachers. One of them was Principal Bhave. And I remember he believed not in chalk and talk, but experience and learn. Learning by doing. And I remember one day he went out into the sun, he had the convex lens in his hand, had a piece of paper, he moved it up and down, and showed us how to find the convex lens. And when the paper burned, he turned to me and said, like this, if you can focus, you can achieve anything in the world. That was a warm moment in my life. And I said I will become scientist, but also it gave me the purpose of my life, focus and you can achieve anything. But as I grew older, what I found was this, that the convex lens, when you hold it in the sun's rays are parallel. And what is the property of parallel lines? They don't meet. What does convex lens do? Bring them together. Dr. Radhakrishnan, that is convex lens leadership. My 40 CSIR labs, and we were just discussing how they were fighting amongst each other and competing against each other. All right? And I remember 11 May 1998 when we met in Directors Conference, 40 directors signed Bangalore Declaration, and some of them are here, saying that India matters to us, we want to matter to India more, and said Team CSIR. And CSIR transformation, as you know, has been ranked by Jayan Narlikar in his book as among the top 10 greatest achievements of Indian science and technology. Space, of course, is sort of one of them. So convex lens leadership. I think that's what we are trying to do. Get all the directors together, all the entire family together, so as to say. What does concave lens leadership do? It disperses everybody. That won't do. All right. So I think the main point that we talked about in terms of this convex lens leadership, I think is a very critical sort of point in our journey. The other important point that I want to make is talent, technology, and trust. Without talent, CSIR has no future. And there is a huge competition on talent today. Retirement age, we are not as well off as IITs and central universities. There are attractive avenues. A young man comes and he has a choice. Where will he go? Where will he go? How do we attract him? We have to give him physical income, but more importantly, we have to give him psychic income. He must be challenged. You know, many of us would have gone industry to industry. Dr. Saraswat could have gone. None of us went because of that psychic income. I think that is the most important thing. And therefore, that trust is important. How do you identify the best in the world and offer them jobs? They don't apply. Anybody who is good enough will not apply. You have to go and seek them. Just now it was mentioned that this FRS, there are only 3 engineering scientists who have become FRS. FRS, as you know, engineering scientists don't get Nobel Prize. The next highest is the Fellowship of Royal Society. And in 364 years, there have been only 3. Now, living only 2, because Ruddam Narasimha, unfortunately, is no more. Only 2. But if you look at these 2, it was that trust. Professor Sharma, my guru, was one. At the age of 27, he was made full professor. Where is the 10-year experience? I was brought back in London. When I met Dr. Naidu, I was asked to meet him. It was a 40-minute talk. And on a piece of paper, which describes something about me, he simply wrote to Dr. Tirak, he's fantastic, grab him. That was my appointment letter. And we did not let down, becoming only the 2 living engineering scientists. That trust of identifying the young people. I'm sorry, what is now happening is that appearing to be right has become more important than being right. And we go through all these processes. Dr. Kalai, unless we change that, we won't have that. You know, we had that quick hire system and the rest of it, and we sort of trusted the judgment. I think that is very important. And that trust has to come in many different forms. For example, when we created the New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative, what did we do? It was talent, technology, and trust. It was leadership, and therefore we were looking at not following, but creating something going ahead of the rest of the world, and therefore we were taking chances. Dr. Saraswat, this is something close to your heart. New energy, hydrogen. You worked with Dr. Ashish Lele, the National Hydrogen Mission, and so on and so forth. And taking risk was very important at a point in time. Our Honorable Prime Minister on 22 February, Science Day, actually launched our PM hydrogen cell-based, this was created by Cochin Shipyard, if you know the ferry, which carries 50 people, basically. And this was a part of the green initiative in terms of Harinauka. And now that one has been, now 20 have been ordered, maybe there will be 200, and we can talk about green waterways. Green waterways. CSIR can transform that. But what did CSIR do? It entered that field when nobody talked about fuel cells, 2004. You know, Dr. Lele, the KPIT technology and other teams, basically they were able to sort of accomplish that. But that was based on trust, so as to say that, yes, we will deliver it, we'll take risk, and we'll invest. And that is not enough. Now we find that green hydrogen is being talked about, and you are all, I mean, Dr. Saraswat, you are aware of the Pune Hydrogen Valley, for example. It's amazing because the main problem with green hydrogen is that you can create green hydrogen, but who will buy it? That's the problem around the world. I discussed this with Dr. Alan Finkel, the chief scientist of Australia, by the way, who set up their green hydrogen program. And the challenge is that, and that has been solved in this, because there is a fine chemical industry in Kurkum, basically. If you look at our fine chemical industry, $180 billion is the total production or consumption, out of which India is 4%. Now here is a chance, because if you create green fine chemicals by using hydrogen in the way that we are planning, that becomes an export market. And I see no reason why that 4% cannot become 8%, 12%, 15%, and as a major share. The most interesting part about this program is that 14 industry partners are participating. Production, distribution, and consumption, all linked. Unlike our GDP per capita, where 1/3 comes from the industry and 2/3 comes from the government, here it is the reverse. These 14 industrial enterprises are putting 2/3 of the money, the rest coming from DST. What I'm saying is that it is these kinds of partnership, boldness that we have to basically do. I understand there is some difficulty on Section 8. Section 8, NALTEC, we created Section 8 30 years ago. There was no issue. Why should the government say that we can't do Section 8? I think we should be able to do Section 8 because it gives you the kind of freedom. I think the point I'm trying to make is that we need that bold leadership, and Dr. Kalaiselvi, you have that. We have to sort of move on projects like that with gusto. That's the main point I'm trying to take risk. The only other point I would like to make is in terms of exponentials. You know, the analogy that I give for India is the following. There is this pond where there are lilies, and those lilies double up every day. So on day 2, they are twice of day 1. And on day 30, the pond is full. So on day 29, it is half full. And like that, if you see on day 26, it will be 1/16 full. That means 6% full. So Dr. Kalaiselvi, if you visit that pond, on the 26th day, you will see 94% of it is empty. And you will get, "Arey, kuch nahi hone wala." But you go after 4 days and that is full. India is lilies in the pond on the 26th day, mark my words. The way the exponential growth is taking place under our dynamic leadership of our Prime Minister is incredible. I mean, look at startups. Until 2016, we had 476 registered. 2021, we had 70,000. Okay? No, it was not that. Just unicorns, for example. Until 2016, we had one each every year. In 2021, we had one per week, almost. Not 52, but 42. That is exponential. That's the way that is moving. If you see, for example, digital public infrastructure, the way we are built, all right, we are the most unbanked country in the world, all right? And mobile data transactions, for example, if you see money transfer by that, we are just 1% share. 2 years ago, it was 46.2%. Magic within 5 years, magic within 7 years. LED penetration, 0.2% to 88%, just within 7 years. And of course, there was innovation involved because demand aggregation and ESL and the rest of it. And I can keep on. I have a full lecture, by the way. I gave it in Silicon Valley just last year as an opening keynote address in GMJ Excellence Summit, India's Emergence as an Exponential Inspirator. So the point I'm trying to make is that when India is moving as an exponential inspirator, CSIR can't be moving linearly, and therefore the speed. Therefore the scale. The speed and scale in sort of exponential terms. What it means, bureaucracy has to go. Leapfrogging to pole vaulting is my book. As you know, it has gone to sort of all CSIR labs. How do you pole vault? You pole vault by having a kinetic energy, all right? And if you stopped in between because of bureaucratic hurdles, etc., you can't. And therefore, we need to sort of relook at what we sort of need to do. And it has to be based on trust. There is no question about that. Because I'm 100% sure that God has not created it. We have created it. What is required is trust in capital letters, T-R-U-S-T, in capital letters. I would like to end by just saying that my dream of CSIR will be not just market-driven. We drive markets. We create new markets. Paradigm shift. It is not, yeah, we become part of the national mission, but we should be creating national missions ourselves. Dr. Ramaswamy is here, leather technology mission. CSIR created, and the leather industry changed completely. First to India is what you say. No, first to the world. We are always saying, we are doing the best practice. No, sorry. We are creating the next practice, which becomes the best practice for others. And finally, I would say that the most important part, Dr. Saraswat, you mentioned about that, and that had to do with the mindset. You use the word mindset. I think that's the most important thing. Leader not only has a great mindset, but he changes mindset. So I'd like to end by once again going back to what I wrote about Dr. Bhatnagar. So I'm ending my essay here by saying, I remember ending my presidential speech at the Indian Science Congress on 3rd January 2000, saying next century will be the century of mind and India will have the legitimate right to lead. I'd said that. But ahead of his time, as usual, the legendary SSB, way back on 6 April 1947, had said, there are hardly any new lands which Indians can hope to exploit. The only new lands on which we may have our eyes must lie in the domain of mind. Domain of mind. It is on these sources that we may have to depend now and in the future for the means to maintain and raise our standard of living and to keep abreast among the leading nations of the world. Mind. But the challenge is mind and a mindset. It is many times mind versus mindset. You know, we say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, but there is a joke. When Japanese, somebody asked me, what is one Japanese plus one Japanese? I said, will you say 2? He said, no, 11, because they reinforce each other. And then he said, one Indian plus one Indian, how much? I said, of course 2. He said, no, 0. They neutralize each other. So I think it is that team, once again coming back to what you're saying, that particular mindset. All right, so that's why I go back to what we signed on 11 May 1998. India matters to us. We want to matter to India more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your great words. Your vision for advancing science in India continues to inspire us all. Thank you once again, sir. It is my honor to request Dr. V. Prakash, a distinguished scientist, mentor, and leader renowned for his groundbreaking research in food science, nutrition, and biochemistry, to share his views. Sir, please.
Good afternoon to all of you, and what a great pleasure to be here from the morning to hear so much about CSIR and so much of contribution of CSIR. And in the afternoon, we have the session chaired by Dr. Saraswat, a pioneer in his own field of science. And let me first of all thank Dr. Kalai Selvi, the Director General and Secretary DSR and CSIR, and very, very important function. For me personally, is coming back home to see all the former mentors on the stage, all the former colleagues on the stage and off the stage, and also the present colleagues, and perhaps many future leaders from this group of audience in the great hall, which is dedicated to C. Subramanian, the former minister who made India, along with Professor Swaminathan, a self-sufficient India in food. And I think it's very important to remember that here. It is one thing that one sees the book on the legacy of CSIR, you will see many stars, but some of the stars has faded away. And I think on this day we remember all of them for having put on print in that book. And I was very pleased to hear Dr. Mashelkar referring to that book so well. But the problem is, after Dr. Saraswat and Dr. Mashelkar speaks, what else is left for me or for others? Very complicated, very complicated. So therefore I changed my thinking a little bit, and I'm going to take less time. It's vital that a person like Dr. Mashelkar, who was the only transition DG of the millennium, I call for CSIR, a transition DG of millennium, because India went through a process, and that's the time when he was the DG. A lot of things to learn from him, and a lot of things to learn from many others. And therefore, I would like to slightly digress into the social aspect of CSIR, which is so important if the S stands there for society. So when you look at CSIR today, the strength, the capability, the capacity, and the conviction, and the determination to address the scientific demands of the nation, especially the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, it is vital that India's scientific saddle is in the right place with CSIR and many other organizations, of course, with CSIR networks. Just to give an example, from agriculture to aerospace, you name it, it's in CSIR. From farm to fork, most people spell it as F-O-R-K, but I would spell it as F-O-L-K. From farm to fork and farm to fork. Nature to nurture to nutrition, very, very important. Traditional knowledge to knife-edge technologies of today, to Chandrayaan-3. It's amazing to see how Dr. Radhakrishnan in the morning told us the internal really liberation of ISRO is because of the human endeavor. And seniority is set aside for expertise. And I think I really like it, Dr. Radhakrishnan. I shared with you in the lunchtime what a wonderful paradigm it is. And that brings into discussions to decisions into a high-level system. And today, biotechnology to bioeconomics to physics of food biology, it was never heard. And today I have many journals, more than 20 journals on food physics biology. And computational gastronomy to computer-aided green technologies, to mention a few, where CSIR as the masterpiece has coordinated these in these labs over many times. But I want to add two more words to what list I just mentioned, a few of them. One is sustainability, the other is development, because development has no end. The end is not defined, and sustainable cannot end anyway. So therefore, if I just refer to one slide that I'm going to put, that's all. Can I have this slide, please? Where the UN, from agreement of all the countries, have put in these 17 goals to reach by 2030, by consensus of all the countries. It's only 6 years more, Dr. Saraswat. We have about 2,000 days, not much left. So how are we going to do this? In fact, India has been progressing very well in many of the goals. In fact, we have surpassed the milestones. But in some of them, we are a little bit behind. And I think today it's the right time to give the thrust to some of them to make it go faster, speedier, and high in quality. If one of us looks at all these 17 goals that India has been a signatory to, many of them can be converted to internal engine of India's requirement, not the world's requirement, of course, but some of them are India requirement. So these SDG goals can be a little bit customized to the Indian system of problem solving, which is very inherent to India, and which can be a local solution, can be made global tomorrow. In doing so, CSIR India is probably in the most advantageous position, Dr. Kalai Selvi, because so much of infrastructure is there, it's unbelievable. And plus at the same time, many of these problems and the SDG goals are already addressed in CSIR. In fact, the projects are ongoing, there are a lot of mission mode projects and so on. So therefore, you're already in the train, in the boat, and the ship, and also in the flight, and it should not be a big problem to take a mid-course correction a little bit and to consolidate and to compromise some of the needed research that need to be consolidated in a very, very rapid action force. And how does that happen? If we read all the goals, if each one of you read, or when I list it, you will hear it, it's not my job to read all these goals. But you imagine where I can contribute, where my institute can contribute, where my group can contribute, where my students can contribute, where my leadership can really make it motivated to do. I'm sure that's the India's capacity of CSIR. And if I call it CSIR India, it's not very different, because that is something that is really a needed one. And I'm very confident, and in that optimism, to call it our CSIR India. In this, as I browse this slide, you will see from the first quadrant of no poverty all the way down to partnership for the goals, you will see a number of them. And each one of them, whether it is zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, all the way to reduced inequalities, sustainable livelihoods, to all the way to production responsible for consumption, and climate action, of course, life below water, above water on the land, peace, justice, and strong industries. And that's where CSR comes in a very beautiful way. These are all achievable, doable. To make a transition of CSR from know-how, show-how, do-how times to today, lead the world in a digital way, where we can really emphasize the need for consumption, which is a very, very different ballgame that India will play in the scientific endeavor. Mind you, all these sustainable development goals, 17 of them, are doable ones, because it got postponed to 2030 at one time in the mid of 2015. But when you look at these achievable ones, I have a strong confidence of the energizing, encouraging, and enabling youth of the country, especially that of CSR. If I say very selfishly, the youth in CSR are tomorrow's leaders of national science, scientific organization, and at the same time, the CSR within and the CSR outside has a national liberalized system of looking where knowledge can flow from any side, and I'm sure this sustainable globe can be a mission for India in terms of CSIR. Many other organizations are following this, and there is a tremendous input. But ultimately, by 2030, we have to coordinate and consolidate. It is not on a particular day, but it is a transition. And therefore, just an example of food, if you take from the Sustainable Development Goals, food is in 14 quadrants in that 17 goals. So therefore, you can see the interaction, the networking that one can do in terms of liberating from the bottom of the pyramid to go on the top in terms of interaction, to look at the societal role of CSIR and with these 17, SDGs. But therefore, when you look at essentially the effective support, strength, and sustainability of doable technologies, precision technologies, knife-edge technologies, which the agenda of SDGs is not just a slogan, but it's highly science-based approach. Otherwise, it won't be sustainable, it won't be developmental, it will collapse. It has to be science-based, it has to be basic-oriented science, converting itself into doable technologies and at an affordable cost and an adoptable cost for many people, not only in India, but around the globe. So there's a tremendous amount of energy to think in these SDGs, which are not only useful to India, but for the rest of the globe, India with its leadership of scientific endeavor. When we look at this complementarity, we see CSIR's perfectness in concerted, coordinated, cumulative, conscious actions and networking with innovations and investments and integrated approach for an economically empowered India, much ahead of the time of many other scientific organizations in the world. CSIR today is treading in that pathway, and in that, the other side of CSIR coin, which I call it the concern, societal and sustainable innovations, resilience, will be part of the other side of the coin of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. There is so much to do, so much pleasure in doing it, and I'd like to end my very brief address by telling the happiest moment as the director of CFTRI at one time was when we went to tsunami with the calamity that happened on 26th of December 2004. Within 1 week, we were able to lift about 18,000 tons of food from CFTRI. No other lab had done in the world. But that is CSIR's strength. When given a challenge, it will get up. So therefore, it's for us to challenge ourselves, not others just, but ourselves, to deliver what we can do together for the Sustainable Development Goals of India in the larger interest of our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations, for which India is a signatory. Lots of things to do, and I'm not going to take more time than this, but let me once again congratulate Dr. Kalai Selvi and all his team and colleagues for the wonderful book that has the legacy printed out forever for people to look at it till the time comes when we have to revisit that and read, and you will find it's so very different, and it's so very different. So welcome again to the realm of SDGs, and think yourself what you can do for those SDGs through CSIR, through your laboratories, and for national good and for societal development. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful talk. It serves as a powerful reminder of our collective responsibility to align science and innovation with the principles of sustainability, ensuring that our advancements today contribute to a better tomorrow for our future generations. Thank you once again, sir. It is my distinct honor to welcome Dr. T. Ramasamy, a renowned Indian scientist and esteemed administrator. With an illustrious career as the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology and the DG of CSIR, he has profoundly influenced the scientific landscape of our nation. I request you, sir, for your address. Sir, please.
Dr. Saraswat, Dr. Mashelkar, and all his folks on the dais and off the dais, my members of the CSIR family, brothers, sisters, and everyone assembled here. I'm touched and overwhelmed that I got called to play a function in this. participate in this Foundation Day celebration and participate in this leadership conclave. I'm a perpetual follower of Gandhi. I can never lead. I'm a follower. Therefore, then to be called to participate in this process was very touching. Of course, when they called it a leadership conclave, I think Dr. Mashelkar was sitting there, and along with it, several people whom he appointed as the directors. So this is a practical example of what leadership is all about. Several of us sitting on the dais are actually his appointees as director. So Dr. Mashelkar has nothing now to speak. He has just shown what leadership is all about. But we are not talking about leadership in abstraction. We are looking at what CSIR is looking at, process. And of course, Dr. Saraswat mentioned about change. There's one thing good about CSIR. It turns out when we were directors, there were 40 laboratories in CSIR. And Dr. Mashelkar used to be called the Alibaba. And fundamentally, this is a family in which leadership was practiced on a daily change. But systems change. So I'm going to share with you today, can I have the slide please, the change of an agency of change. I don't want to call CSIR as an organization. I call this as an agency of change. And it itself means to change. And that's what I look at in this process. And I presented here a retrospect and prospect. See, I belong to this generation which is in between. The people ahead of me talked about the past. There are several of you who are very young. Therefore, there is a retrospect and a prospect that I thought I'll combine. But I'll keep the retrospect short because there's time and other shortages. Process. The next slide, please. And if you look at the CSIR, originally was 1942 born. 1942, it was shaped under BSIR, which is the British Scientific Industrial Research. And so I can do that. And it so happened that mother body with which CSIR was formed is closed already. So we are looking at a system that at that time, it was a development of India as an agent of change. Dr. Mashelkar mentioned about this 92, 91 change. When the globalization happened, lots of things got cut off, and CSIR has to redefine herself once again. Then, of course, today we are looking at a situation, we are looking at 2047, what India will be. In 2000, and I have deliberately put 2042. India will have, for 2047 as independent, I think its CSIR centenary will be 2042. And I think research, and of course, there'll be an national system, the 5-year lag is not a big deal. So look at it in 2042. India aspires to become a developed economy by 2047. What do you mean developed economy? That means the per capita income of the country must be minimum of $12,000 plus. And we are at 2,800. So if you look at the 2,800, that will jump to 12,000 plus. That means the GDP that you need to look at that time of 1.68 billion, that will be about minimum of $25 trillion plus from 2.8. And to do this, we need to look at which ways? Okay. Is it changing? Which one is this? Okay. Looking at this, I think CSIR has to adapt to change. Adapt to change, adaptation to changes is essential for any organization, not just as CSIR. Looking at it in the process in changing, while external environment is changing, India is not into 1942, and 2047 is going to be very different. And looking at it in terms of changing external environment, and primarily, retrospective process I'll jump, because the time consists, and primarily I would like to present the 97-2006. We brought about a vision that changes towards a corporate approach to technology and move towards self-sustenance. And it's by coincidence Dr. Mashelkar is here, but I think it is important that there is a certain change that was brought to here in terms of vision-led changes that happened. So if you're looking at it in terms of present-day reality, you're looking at entry into a dynamic market competition. And that's what is not about CSIR. I'm talking about the country itself. The country itself has to move in that direction. So a milestone in the journey of the Council It's truly Vision 2001. He talked about very bold statements, laid a path for the organization of the scientific industrial research body. And Ashutosh will talk about some prepositional errors later. But fundamentally, this responding to change in an external environment as an agency of change is something that I like to share with you very quickly as much as I can. The dynamics of CSIR in changing India of the 21st century, I'd like to present to you. It turns out some output and outcome indicators. Dr. Mashelkar talked about numbers. I'm a slave of numbers, so I look at the numbers that we have. If you look at this, in terms of the number of papers published, which is, we always talk about papers as very crucial, and it so happened after a particular point of time in the history of CSIR, papers were not important, technologies were important, products were important, and it turns out that papers grew up in a certain way. Sure. For the purpose of numbers, I'd like to tell you, India's publications, which is 100% today, 90% came after 2000, 10% only before 2000. So given that in the 10% share of the publications of India, CSIR used to have a share of 11%. That was a share in terms of number of publications. The opposite 2000, the number of publications went ninefold up. In that, CSIR share became 6%. Then you go back and ask number of papers aside, look at highly cited papers, which is essentially impactful papers. The one below diagram which tells you the share of CSIR and number of papers in the percentage share on the highly cited papers. Dr. Mashelkar was around. It turns out that CSIR at that time had 60% share of highly cited papers. And at that time, IITs and universities were publishing very little. Then others started publishing. Now you can see our percentage share has come down to something like a 10%, 12%. Therefore, publication is important, but the nation is changing. India's 15th rank in publications when I came to Delhi. Today we are 3rd. In a highly cited paper in chemistry, we become 2nd worldwide. Therefore, changes take place. Now we need to ask the question, what should CSIR do? See, CSIR cannot be one more agency which does the same like others. Now the question is, what is it we have to do? Something in an external environment when the universities and the IITs have started doing what they should be doing. That's an issue that we're looking at process. Looking at the patents, I have presented the patent allegations. We are still the largest patent holding organization in the country, and you're looking at the percentage share of publications data. This is changing, which is good in terms of acquiring patents. Now we need to ask, how do we do beyond that stage? These are issues that are relevant. In the industrial research scenario of this country, CSIR is the agency. And it is our main mandated goal. And of course, in our times, I remember when I was a rookie director, all of us went to the Ananda Padmanabha Swami temple in Thiruvananthapuram. And when we came back, I was just new director. The chairman asked, what did you pray for? I said, for a paper in Nature for CLRI. Then my predecessor in CLRI, Dr. Raghavan, he said, I prayed for higher ECF for my laboratory and lower for other people. Therefore, it is a concept of external cash flow, lab reserve. It tells you the number of CSIR growth profile, the hockey stick model, the CSIR's revenue-based process happen. But much of that is happening on the R&D services components, which are important. If you look at it in a process. Now, the journey of CSIR in 2006, I think we emerged as the largest IPR asset holding body, global leaders in research in certain niche areas, introduced the concept of lab reserve with a few lakhs, and today we are looking at 2,000 crores plus. And we are ACSIR body, which is for ready, R&D ready manpower for the country, maintain respectable returns. I will use the word not quantitative, respectful returns, and manageable and traceable impact on some sectors. This is what I would like to present as a retrospect. Looking at it in terms of a prospect, we take Viksit Bharat 2047. You are going to ask, CSIR, India is like wanting to emerge as one of the largest economies in the world. Not just largest economies in the world, with per capita incomes matching the developed world. And that's a crucial part. The distribution is important. In 2047, estimated population of India will be 168 crores. If it is 168 crores and multiplied by the per capita income required for a developed country, it will be minimum $25 trillion. And it can be larger, we are at 3.8. And 3.8, if it had to go to 25 to 30, then you have to ask what kind of numbers you're looking for. You're looking at 9 to 10% annual GDP growth next 23 years on the row. Of course, there is an agricultural economy, there's a manufacturing economy, there's a service economy. Service economy need not grow at that pace because it's already high. But agricultural economy is fairly low, percentage share is very low. So there's a question of you want to take this process, and per capita growth has taken place at 7% per annum at next 23 years in a row. That's a sustained change. Now, if that needs to happen, 20% population, 28.3% is a manufacturing economy, it should go to 40%. And that has to have a projected number of a manufacturing economy as a $10 trillion. In the $10 trillion, we need a 40%. Now you're looking at what we need to do in this process. And this cannot be done by universities. This cannot be done by IITs. It has been done by the CSIR. It has to be done in that process and looking at it with this mechanism. And percent share of India's share in global trade, high technology trade, is less than 1%, 0.7%. It has to become 5%. And that's the only way these numbers will eventually gel. Given these mechanisms, you see, people talk about economy of scale, economy of scope. I confuse you with one more, economy of purpose. And there's a question of economy of purpose, and the economy of scale and economy of scope we understand. Economy of purpose, the purpose of driver change of sustainable changes. Believe me, the changes the world had taken place in the past. Technologies people adopted in the world in the past are not sustainable. Therefore, we are developing at a time where India as a country is developing at a time when we can look for an alternate grammar, which is sustainable change, with equity and zero carbon footprint path for ensuring growth dynamics and democratizing innovation. I use the word democratizing innovation for all. And that's where I think CSIR has to put a niche in the mechanism. In this process, and CSIR in changing national dynamics, I call it scale, scope, and purpose. And given this input-led, I think we are looking at an input-led growth model to an national outcome-directed vision-led path. We have had an input-led path. We are looking at national outcome-directed vision-led path. That's a kind of a change that we're looking at. And CSIR 22 to 24, you already know. I think we may shift its character from a public-funded industrial agency to a public partner in public R&D for public and social good. I think the Kelkar Committee report talked about public and social good. We have unique strength in this process, and we should become a partner in this, not become the agents of change, not a catalyst, but participating in the mechanism. I think we should look at an equity partner in a corporate world for private good, and not just technology transfer model, technology relationship model. And that's a different mechanism. We may well need to redefine a role in really national forefront. We should suffer from the forefront, really mindset. Dr. Saraswat talked about mindsets of an R&D limited to R&D as a public service alone. We should look at it as an R&D for business plan with a growth profile for the country at large. And country wants to be big, and we should be play a bigger role in this mechanism. And I think Viksit Bharat, India, we already said, we need to have a stronger coupling between research and innovation and industrial manufacturing, which is not the case today. We should move into that process. And leveraging core strengths of manufacturing economy to provide income to 65 crore people. That's what is required for us to get this Viksit Bharat and a 10 trillion GDP. And therefore, CSIR needs to ask the question, how do I become the national go-to agency for affordable innovations along the sustainable path for leading roles in Viksit Bharat? Not just our contributing role, but leadership role. And that's, I think, current rates at which, supposing I project this, it says our budget today, and to 2047, based on the aspirations that we have, Dr. Kalachelvi's successors at that time will require an annual inflow of 66,000 crores into the council. That number looks staggering at current day cost. I'm not looking at 2047 cost. So new grammar is partnership with the industrial sector for responsible innovations, for traceable and tangible impact on economy of scale, scope, and purpose. Purpose is Viksit Bharat, and that's what we're looking at. And I think a new grammar is a public-private partnership for R&D, and basically that's the next best model. And of course, my friend Samir talked about this ACSIR, and today it turns out there are not many agencies, many people who are being trained in universities and IITs are not ready for research and development in industrial sector. Industrial sector want returns quickly. And we train people to do publications. We don't train people to solve problems. So the solution designers for problems we can create in CSIR. Through ACSIR, we create solution designers, not those who publish papers and not solve problems. And this is my last slide, so I've given myself 15 minutes. The commissioning of development of CSIR Vision 2042, I think approaching the government for a special CSIR Act, moving towards self-sustainability and self-governance. Autonomy and, of course, accountability go together. You need to have self-governance and you need to have self-sustenance. Both need to be built in this process. Preparing intermediate-term business plan involving investment portfolio, cost centers, basic research need to take place. There will be a cost center. Then we build self-sustaining units and units for financial profit. We need to build a portfolio, introspect within, and adopt really steps to shed what could be done by others. If something can be done by others, shed them. And embrace sector-based research backed by business plan under the PPP as an equity partner. It is not simply, if you make profit, you get share too. And planning the progressive exit of public-funded R&D mindset towards prospering a self-governed body with a global business, not just India, with a global business footprints on leadership innovation space. And I'm not talking about leadership in the national space, I'm talking about leadership in the global space and the innovation space. And you see, it is Archimedes. Archimedes came back and said, give me a place to stand, I will move the earth. The Archimedes wanted a place outside there to move the earth. I think today, all of you will have to take yourselves out a little bit mentally to come back and see, standing outside the CSIR might provide a means to lever it to its due space in the Indian research innovation landscape of 2042. And I like to correct it, not an Indian, but I look at a global research innovation landscape of 2047. She belongs right at the top of global industrial research. She cannot be just another subsistent public body, and she needs to think differently. And I believe she must be thriving and throbbing. And you see, Foundation Day, people think is a birthday. I declare, I see Foundation Day as a wedding anniversary, because wedding anniversary gets renewed. Birth has a death. As somebody who never married, I talk about marriage. That's a different matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening explanation of CSIR's evolving role in the dynamic landscape of India. Your insights on how CSIR is adapting to the nation's changing priorities truly inspires us to push the boundaries of innovation and research for the betterment of the society. Thank you once again, sir. Now we eagerly await words of wisdom from Professor S.K. Bharamchari, sir. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Salvi, for inviting me to come to this DG enclave. And Saraswat already made comments, and Mashelkar. So all my colleagues on the dais, all my CSIR family of the dais, I'm sure Radhakrishnan must be wondering whether he belongs to CSIR. I say CSIR is an Intel Insight. So space, atomic energy, everywhere there is CSIR. Something inside that CSIR, okay? And Ajit, my old friend, it was nice to see you. I am not, I'm an accidental DG because Prakash decided not to become DG. And then Ramaswamy persuaded to make me become DG. So I became an accidental DG. I'm actually a professor. And I came to Delhi only to build genomics in India. So my talk, you can see, that's why I've removed DG CSIR, but that's an accidental. If you look at, I have put CSIR at 105, not out, because Anybody does a cricket parlance, do a century and remain not out is a great job. So therefore, the only other institute which has crossed 100 years and thriving and remaining one is where I studied at Indian Institute of Science. So, this is a power of mind. Mashelkar told 2000, and our young people have shown that we can be the king and the queen of the 64 square. But who inspired them? It is Vishwanath Anand. Many, many years back, his inspiration created a generation of school children to go and play chess. And you can see at 18 years age, Gukesh and Divya Mukesh, 18 years age, right? Anand got world championship only at 30. These kids are reaching at 18. So therefore, my talk today is empowering youth, and that's the future. I was lucky. My association with CSIR is 50 years this week. I joined Indian Institute of Science in the CSIR project funded as a JRF to G.N. Ramachandran. And what I learned from the master of structural biology and to dream big. But I also learned that from GNR how to write a project with well-formulated question. And that's what I learned. Between 74 and 78, of course, I was a student. I went to CFTRI Mysore, where I met Prakash first, because Indian Institute didn't have an analytical ultracentrifuge. So understand, CSIR had more facilities than Indian Institute of Science. In 79 to 97, I can see CCMB director sitting in this here, Raj Khosle. In my laboratory, we used to import biochemicals for CSIR CBT, and we depended. So CSIR, in a closed economy, was a part of a need of the entire scientific community. You have to understand this. Then, of course, I came as a director CSIR to establish genomics. Now, why did I come to see in Delhi? You know, Mashelkar says all life is CSIR. My half life is CSIR. At Indian Institute of Science, I wanted to establish, I realized in the 90s that genomics is the future. However, you know, somehow I could not convince people in the 9th plan that a genomics institute should be set in the Indian Institute of Science. And that's the time Mashelkar was talking about IPR, intellectual property, and he wrote letters to all Bhatnagar awardees. So I came to talk to Mashelkar the consequence of intellectual property when genomics happens. And this is, I was going to a law, genomics and law and medicine congress in Berlin. So I came here, that I met. Now that brought me to Delhi. Then of course, I completed my open source drug discovery project. And as an academic professor, I foresaw that startups is the future. So I mentor presently the several startups, and I also have a knowledge foundation is this. I bring these two pictures to say model level 5 leader, Satish Dhawan, who appointed when I was young faculty, and M.M. Sharma, I think they are the builders of institution. A level 5 builder means you build an institute, after 50 years that institute continues. And ISRO, today we saw what Satish Dhawan built. And M.M. Sharma, of course, UDCT and ICCT, you know, generation of younger people. And it builds the entire industry of the chemical industry, petrochemical industry of the country. So you can see our science has moved from individual excellence, basic board, to self-reliance, to technology denial division era, 70 to 90. Then IP generation, Dr. Mashelkar's committee, and he pushed to get IP. And global leadership, this is what country expects. That now we should look at global leadership. We had the innovation, engineering, science, you know, whether I would personalize medicine. But colonialism, we lost faith in us, and we lost everything. So we had to rebuild. And to rebuild, we need to dream. Dream big, passionate desire, strategy and innovation, action and reality. And most of the people think fund is the first requirement, facility, people, and idea. My point is, you have to come with a big idea, get the right people, find facility wherever it is, don't have to build, find money. And that's how a model works. So key elements of success is creativity counts, knowledge matters, innovation transforms, and incentive inspires. The right incentive. You have to do Eric Muskin's mechanism design to make sure no giving takes place in the incentive. You say number of publication, then everybody will publish jump. Mashelkar say patent, then everybody is patenting everything, right? Then you ask how many patents got sold. So mechanism design is a very important component, which Eric Muskin's articles you should read, and I read them. So Mashelkar mentioned that he read few things. I want to make the note, vision is not transferable. Need few disciples to implement leaders' vision. Leaders should gather most knowledgeable and smartest people to implement vision. Dreams are of individuals and not shareable. Leader is a dream seller. Leader's job is to sell dream. And once you sell dream, things happen. Planning for the future needs looking at the present in the context of past. I think morning, Radhakrishnan gave a beautiful example that how it was planned 20, 30 years ahead of time. I must say that last week I was taken aback when one cabinet meeting cleared 3 projects of ISRO, 20,000 crores, 12,000 crores, and 8,000 crores. 40,000 crores for ISRO was cleared in a single cabinet meeting. Can we think of a project of 1,000 crores? I was asking Secretary DBT. Think of a project of 20,000 crores. Can your whole team think of a project of 20,000 crores? And that's the dream. So since my eldest brother told me, if somebody is late eldest brother, if somebody is 80 years old, never advise what is good for them, because let them lead their own life. So I'm not going to advise CSIR what is good for CSIR, okay? I will go back and tell you what went right to reach where we reached. Rest the story, it's her responsibility to figure it out. I'm telling you, if Bhatnagar was here today, what he would have said? He would have said, there is need to catch young. Vikram Sarabhai, Homi Bhabha, G.N. Ramachandran, at what age they were leaders, right? We should catch them young. What is quality of future leadership? I'm not saying, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar is saying, super expert in specific domain area, broad-based understanding of cross-disciplinary, ability to integrate learning from one discipline to other, vision of the future, but most important is an expert in puzzle solving with desire to solve problem, and should not have appetite for incremental science. This I was very clear from G.N. Ramachandran's laboratory, Shekhan's training. So, I give 2 quick examples where success of CSIR, how policy matters. We are a pharmacy of the world because CSIR laboratories existed. When 1970 law changed from product patent to public, process patent, CSIR made the whole generic industry. When new IP law came in 2005, we needed discovery. And that's where our pharmaceutical industry, we had difficulties. But that's the time Mashelkar got me in CSIR. 2016, open source drug discovery is a part of the Indian Act. Open innovation is a part of the Indian Act, IP Act. How to utilize it? These are the drugs CSIR labs made. They were Ramarao, Habib, friendship. I wish we have plenty of such stories. And today, what has happened to the industry? Let's look at it. 2023, our export is $25.4 billion of generic drugs. And our entire Indian import is $820 million. Last year it was $2.6 million. Since we have started making API, it has come down. Look at electronics and software. Our export and import matches. Whereas here 40 times more export, and just because we could position ourselves in the product. So therefore, you need an integrated thinking to achieve excellence. Case study 2. So from the generic drug, we have to go to intellectual property protected drug, and that's what the call. So generic drugs to genomic medicine, to genomic surveillance of COVID-19, to CRISPR technology for genome editing, and today the flagship project of CSIR is Phenome India project. I can tell you this project is what you will be proud of 2047. Science, technology, and innovation leadership needs bold vision and passion to pursue dream. We are what we are because we have first imagined it. Transforming IGIB from into a you can see I've not written CSIR IGIB. I've written only IGIB. It was that time IGIB. It was that time NCL, NAL. There was no CSIR before, right? From importer of chemicals to a genomics institute. This is the, sir, I got it, this document, which I gave you, Mashelkar said. Dr. Mashelkar, this is what I gave you in my interview. Right, that functional genomics program was conceived with minor reorganization of the existing activity of CBT with additional 2 new activities in the box. So Mashelkar, with hesitation, accepted it. And I showed that it will be a small laboratory, scientists of other collaborating institute, faculty, staff. Actually, I heard Abdul Kalam before coming here. And he told me how 200 institutions, 64 industries have created all this. I said, wow, so we can do that. We don't need a big lab. And from that, we will have industry to commercialization protection. So it's nice to see, 97, 2024. Let's see where we are. This is an article Business World wrote, that time, which entire article was $7 billion worth drug is going out of patent. Now there is an opportunity for Indian pharma. In that, a small box, Genome Junction, saying some house in a undescripted, getting into a new sunrise area, and Dr. Mashelkar is telling something. So the story is known from CBT to IGIB. And this was done through Lagan team. Young people, no prior experience in genomics. Shantanu was telling yesterday he didn't know what is genes. So take young people, don't give too much importance, because you cannot be in the future with expertise. If you ask Sanger, after doing DNA sequencing, getting Nobel Prize, that he wants a project for, after protein sequencing, getting Nobel Prize, he asked for DNA sequencing, but he said, you are a protein sequencing person. Why should you think about DNA sequencing? So if you look for expertise, you will be always following a field. You will never get the new field. New field has no expertise. You jump into it. So this is a Lagan team. But today, all of them are super expert, including Mitali Raj, Virat Kohli. One of them is Rajesh is sitting here. So they have gone, and many of them are gone to build new institutions. Now this is an important point. You start with no clue about market. Problem exists, knowledge needs to be developed. This is the stage genomics, functional genomics in 1997 was. Okay? If you start in a situation when market exists, knowledge exists, it's a potato chip science. Whereas Pringles chips will be market, may evolve, knowledge exists, technology needs to be developed. So this is most of the Indian science starts at Pringle chips level. Thoda Amazon ke baad Flipkart, Uber ke baad Ola, our innovation is at that level. How do you make this? Whereas when we talked about genomics and predictive medicine in 1997, it was in the lowest box. Then as years gone by, today 2019, this is the box. It is here. So let's see what happened. So of course the same business world wrote after 2 years that a chain reaction. We could create the largest 158 authored papers from India, from 24 PI, 2 papers, which was an entire genetic landscape. If you go to Anthropology Department of National Museum in Calcutta, this landscape of genetic landscape of India is presented there. This allowed us to even identify, discover genetics. But remember, imagination to delivery is a 3-generation process. I think, Radhakrishnan, you showed it. 2004 thinking has started, which will go to 2026 or 28, something will happen. So same thing, 3 generations of scientists was needed to deliver all the genetics markers to Lal's Path Lab, which were used during AIMS and other places. 1,000 genome sequencing was done. Today, DBT is supporting 10,000 genome sequencing. So you have to think ahead, and then this happens. Now, for a new field was created. Genomics, which is nothing but connecting. See, we cannot do genomics for poorest, 1 billion people. So we have to connect Ayurveda-based screening to identify who could be at risk by taking the knowledge of genomics, right? So we created a field. We created GN Ramachandran Knowledge Center for Genome Informatics with private funding, created network of institutions, and created the first commercially viable product of genome informatics from the country. Then we had this Nimitli. Dr. Mashelkar asked me that CSIR did not do anything in IT, can we do something in bio-IT? And this product. So we created life science of TCS. Entire beginning is 2005 with this biosuit approach. How could he do? Because we first imagined it. When adversity happens, innovation thrives. In 22, COVID happened. In IGIB, there was not a single person who was working on virology. The entire team swung, and 200 days from idea to actually delivery, DGCA approval, industry transfer, technology transfer took place. So today you said that you should have big aim and tight targets. It is possible in CSIR. But because we imagined an institution and gave responsibility to younger people. The country needed policy. Policy was provided through genomic surveillance. And a small institute it could do. When you think of all this, you suddenly realize that it's a 40, 50 faculty institute, right? Anurag was there, that time leadership. It's not a big institute, but it was possible to do. So let's look at the business. Indian genomics market is $1.8 billion at this moment, 5.5% of the global market, where 15% is the Indian population. So it is going to grow to 7.78 billion. So those who put money, I'll say, put money in genomics, in lots of potential. Because the market capital is now $510 billion. All genomics company put together is $510 billion is the market. 510 is going to go to $2.1 trillion. Okay? And bioinformatics market is $337 million. It'll go to $1.8 billion. And this does not include TCS money, because TCS, I could not get by all possible exercise, because TCS life science, so I could not get the bioinformatics, but I know it will be about $300 to $400 million additional. Okay? So, CSIR catalyzed the genomic revolution of India, but it would not have happened. I had both father and mother, Manju Sharma. So 2 crore from Mashelkar and 8 crore from Manju Sharma brought me to Delhi. First 2 crore Mashelkar did give. He said, I don't have money, but eventually he gave me to build the supercomputer. You need big vision. A.P. Mitra thought of climate change where nobody in the world was thinking of climate change. And no wonder that this contribution was recognized Nobel Prize, and the only CSIR scientist, because he was not alive that time when this prize was given, the Devota and others received it. And this is the congratulatory note from Prime Minister. We talked about bottom of the economic pyramid. When you read the book on Naidoma, you will realize that he thought of it far ahead. Apply high life sense to the technology on the ground for a lot of people. And Gandhi said in the Indian Institute of Science, in the diary in 2012, a part of your heart should be thinking about the millions that needs you. So, CSIR 800 program was philosophy, the same philosophy. But I can tell you, if you read the book, we should read Naidoma's book to realize that he actually made a clarion call in 1974 when India was in crisis. But unfortunately, he was not strong enough, himself confessed, to get it done through CSIRs. He was too a soft and nice person. Maybe some people think I was not so soft and nice. Here is a story, leather is a clear example. Today, export is $4.68 billion. Ramaswamy, my numbers are wrong in case, because I have used 6.9, okay? So that's gone, 20, 23, 24. Yeah. So therefore, and how did it happen? It was the vision of Naidoma to Karimnagar project, go around to the tanneries, break the caste system, and then he got a disciple, Ramaswamy, to take it forward. Somebody has to take it forward. Gautam Buddha got the philosophy, but did not get disciple in India. So there was no Buddhism. He got two disciples in Japan, China, and then those are the two people take Buddhism. So I was always lucky. When I built IGIB, I had younger people, as agreed to do. When I came as an OSD, Open Source Drug Discovery, I had disciples, people who believed in it. So therefore, CSIR 800, I wanted to say that DG CSIR has missed this, that innovation connecting unconnected dot. It is the electrical rickshaw. We had rickshaws, 80 years people are pulling, okay? So one of the idea was, can we reduce drudgery of these people? So we had Sumantran's design, Dr. Firodia, Kinetic Group, everybody brought with the design. The rickshaw was launched, but the rickshaw puller said, 36 inches chalega nahi, 36, तो 72 inches तो हमारा चांदनी चौक है, दो रिक्शा क्रॉस नहीं करेगा. And this was not done with CAD design, with the best possible. So we needed users' feedback. It became 28 inches, 30 inches. We decided non-exclusive licensing to give open up. Then we realized that crowdsource the challenge to change the models, okay? But Amendment Act had rickshaw and auto. It did not have Motor Vehicle Act, electrical rickshaw. So Motor Vehicle Act has to be changed. And now you can see what has happened. You got a lot of variety of this. And this was a book, Crooked Mind, written by Kiran Karnik, in that it has been covered, the story. I want to show you this 2018 Kinetic Group, 18,000 rickshaws. Annual production of Indian electrical rickshaw is $1.3 billion. Expected growth to $3.1 billion with a CAG 9%. And right side is the rickshaw pullers earning 200 to 300 rupees. 1.5 million rickshaws are running, leading to $1,000 per family, which leads to $1.5 billion annual to the bottom of the economic pyramid, changing life of 6 million people. And this is a real story which catalyzed in CSIR. Need for dream of disruptive innovation. Open innovation for drug discovery was one of those disruptive innovations. Anurag has written about it. So my belief is, when it comes to health, we need to have a balanced view between health as a right and health as a business. And this was, my quote was put up in Cell 2008 when OSDD was proposed. I want to go into detail. I want to say it was possible to create a virtual laboratory involving large number of people with 8,700 participants from 130 countries where you didn't need visa. And this was done before COVID, right? It was that time unheard of doing virtual work, right? It was virtual work. What did we learn? I took a summary. I published this 2007 to 17. I thought I'll give a report because I have not talked to CSIR family after 2015, right? So it was the first in silico model developed for an organism. First 100% annotation of an organism using crowdsourcing. We got several FDA-approved drugs, repurposed, and 2 of them are in clinical trial now, including a metformin with bedlaquinin. There is in silico leads which has gone in. Most important thing is, you can see here that, that is the OSDD site gets 4.6 million hits per month, which is 1.5 lakhs hits per day. You go to Kanyakumari to Kashmir, you meet people from Tromso, people say, we use your site. And that's GPS Raghav's credit completely to manage this. So under United Nations, it has gone into global. Several OSDD projects are on cancer, malaria in Australia, cancer in Canada. Sustainable, I also participated in France in one of the institutions for the last, till 2023, to build an open source institution on open source science in Paris. This UN nations had decided 2030 this OSDD. OSDD IPR model is Act. Open source pharma is created with Tata Trust funding. And of course, a 700 crores of CSIR allocation of 2012 has gone to ICMR to execute the project. Mark Stevenson has written this book on this, and there's a full story. After 2005, he came and interviewed, and after that, he wrote this book about OSDD. If you look at COVID, post-COVID, these are 10 open source initiatives happening. And I was one of the authors of the 80 authors during COVID who wrote an article asking the whole world to open up for COVID open source. No wonder the Lancet, the Nature, the Science, everybody gave open innovation. The papers were published. Before publication, there was no open data available. So open source is a way. I just want to give you a Gold Corp in Canada used open source initiative, gave away all their literature data, and could discover new gold. Their growth is 27% CAGR since then. They used 4,000, I think, engineers and geologists to analyze their data. Gold Corp. Of course, Bill Gates recently, sometime back wrote, open source collaboration between scientists could become a drug discovery catalyst. And I'm sure I don't react, I don't say things. But Mashelkar, as usual, has written as a pioneer, is saying today, a decade ago when starting OSDD, none believed it. One of the problems of doing disruptive science, that you have to have an extraordinary tolerance of others saying it will not work. 90% of the dreams die because people say it will not work. It will not work because they haven't tried it, right? So Sidney Brenner told me that if a senior scientist tells you it will not work, don't trust. Because Francis Crick thought all genes are continuous, there is no intron. But if a senior person tells you that it may work, trust him. So don't trust any of these people sitting in this dais if they tell you it will not work. Except Rajesh Gokhale and Kalai Selvi. So we need a strategy. Patented technology could be for limited people, for large number of people. Exclusive licensing, non-exclusive licensing. And if a patented, non-patented, that be open source, affordable and accessible to all, open crowdsource, high value return to the global good. I think we realized that if you want to create high return to the society, you may not earn enough money, but at the end, the public earns money. I think our healthcare, with the budget we have, which will be approximately $30 per person in this country, will never be able to manage, unless affordable healthcare becomes a priority of the government, Since Saraswat, I didn't expect him to be here before when I prepared the talk, so I didn't prepare for you. I just saying that this is an important point government should do. So I'll tell Baltimore's rule of, which I realized I followed: demand excellence, concentrate resources, don't dilute resources, create small environments, maintain unity of teaching and research, and ensure academic freedom. CBT had started teaching when there was no academy, and faculties were made to teach in Delhi University. And that's how we got the best students. Unless you teach, you cannot get best students. So go around, crowdsource best students. So, relationship knowledge with AI, you need to have a flexibility to take up new challenge, to utilize multidisciplinary expertise, and reduce time cycle to concept by a player if you want to be globally competitive. I want to show you the society meeting 2013, the last time I made presentation. CSIR Fourth Paradigm Institute, which has now become reality. CSIR Synthetic Biology, CSIR Institute of Biomimetic Material, Smart Material, Network Institute of Manufacturing, CSIR Network Institute, Scaling New Horizon. Let's see where we are. Fourth Paradigm Institute has happened. I'm glad that, DG, you have been able to make it a full-fledged institute. Although it is 10, 12 years passed by, but this is still an achievement because this is the data-driven science. 2010, Mashelkar gave me the book, and I read the book, and I said, wow, this is going to be the Grace book. And this is how the institute. But yes, it was ahead of time. If Indian Institute of Science could not realize in 1995 that genomics will not be a technology, genomics will be biology, no wonder in CSIR could not realize that this is going to be the data-driven science, AI, ML will come. Today, it's crowded, but you have an advantage. You have hardware. The hardware and the knowledge. So here is the opportunity to really take, I was telling, if I were today young, I would have built an academy of health science academy, health science data analytic academy, because that's the future. I will introduce 100,000 children, young kids. Please remember, COVID-19 was maintained. COVID.in is by a 11th class student. Mukesh gets gold medal, 18. So who said that you cannot do in 18 years old? In data science, 18 years is young, not young. Ramanujam was what age? So we at Mukesh of today is yesterday's Ramanujam. So get engaged. Go and call Mukesh. I want you to solve problem. What is he doing? He's doing So CSIR has to aggressively go and pick up these kids. And that's what is the point. Synthetic biology, I mentor some company. I tell you, they're demanding how to create bacterial transformation because they are worried about chemical pollution. This was a document, 2012, approved by the Planning Commission. So you have it. You don't have to work on it. You can still do it. And it will have a profound influence on energy. Innovation Complex, I'm glad that the one is working. I'm sure you can go back and see 2011 document. We wanted 12. So therefore, you have still, and this is a possibility. But I must say, it was possible because Venture Center is a great success. And it's not because Venture Center is an NCL. Venture Center is Premnath, is the Shivram's passion Premnath. And therefore, you have to find hundreds of Premnath if you want to create 100 venture centers. Every lab should have venture center. It is the finally people. This was, built, and I can tell you, a name is a valuation of 100 crores, 10 crore SBI gave. Vijay Kelkar came and apologized to me in 2017 that I could not make it success. This venture, I have to close down. I'm sorry. So, in some time in science, you dream, happens, something don't happen. This, I still believe, can be done. I'm talking about 2013, my society presentation. 29 villages. There was no aspirational district. Nobody thought of an aspirational district in 2013. So therefore, it is an opportunity to have, it is more like a Karimganj project of Nailoma. You can read that, how it is done. So can we implement? Can we show that every possible technology in a village, we don't have to worry about labs doing it. You have to find passionate young people doing it. Yes, this is a great success, Academy of CSIR. Today I understand 6,800 students. I think this is the greatest example of using, without capital investment, without any fund on the consolidated fund of India, we have been able to create 1,000 PhDs per year. I think this deserves credit to the involving all the faculties and all the people who started this. Now, can CSIR do this? You know, we have to move to knowledge management. Can I do it? You know, I was in the University of Paris. They wanted to do a knowledge mapping of city of Paris, not museum, knowledge map. How do you use students to knowledge map? And that's where the power. Empower the young scientists to project like ISRO, to lead. ISRO lead, I had the privilege of sitting with Radhakrishnan, all presentation of ISRO for the 12th plan. So I know how planning was done. Crowdsource 100,000 BTech engineering MBBS undergraduate students to solve challenging problems. Not 500, 1 lakh. Don't think small, right? Work with support relevant startups. Reward scientists who undertake and failed in a project. Don't punish them. Actually, is the Reliance does it, a grand failure, award it. And since Arashwat is here, I will request you, if you can make scientific audit, right? Because I remember, when the Planning Commission, we wrote a 47 crore project that in silico biology will do, you know, Marshalkar was the chair. Dr. Marshalkar, I wrote 10% success of chance. So the Planning Commission said 10%, expenditure 10%, and we are supporting this project. So I remember Marshalkar is the chair, he said, when Shamir says 10%, put another 0 into it. And the project was cleared. And that project, 2002, is revolutionized. TCAS projects, all these projects came. I just thought, since it's for the younger students, not for CSIR labs, what is the future? Future is a brain mapping happening. 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, we'll have the brain map. What will be the science then? Bio-inspired neural computational network and neuroengineering. You know, there's a Sangam Bagh in Shaha Institute has published a paper this week where he is making E. coli bacteria synthetically engineered count prime numbers. And I wanted him as Synthetic Biology Institute for 12 years back, but somehow couldn't convince him. So I said, what is the chemistry of mind? How does our mind work? Behavioral genetics, insect, how does insect behave? How is the environment? So can we create, I'm not saying you create this institute, can we create CSIR Neuroscience Center, a virtual institution, and that will be the future. I thought I'll finish my talk with the example, because this is the startup I mentor, and I'm telling you, with 24 people, it's a non-invasive diabetic foot ulcer detection device developed by a team of 24 people at Chennai. And they just sold their IPR right to Kent Imaging at $8.7 million deal. FDA application gone. This is young, right? And M.M. Sharma gave her the Vaishvik Award this time. So this is the power. And this is what we should harness. Next one, he was in CSIR, Balapasala, Siri Pilani. He was sitting in Chennai. He decided to quit because he wanted to create a new company called Ayur.ai. And again, I mentored this company at Chennai. And this is, how do we connect modern medicine and Ayurveda such a way that the cost-effective, affordable healthcare can reach? and this is what the deal. I think we are going to have fast kiosk, already is there. You will have every railway station will have kiosk, and this will be very affordable. I finish my talk to say, finally, if we don't find young people in the rural India, Indian science will not survive. Because city students think of ISRO, they don't think of ISRO, they think of NASA. It's only the rural India looks at ISRO. How do we get the most brilliant, talented people from? So I run a charitable trust on online, thousands of students in the village who make phone calls, and I have pro bono teachers, hundreds of teachers who are retired teachers, retired professionals, educated housewives sitting at home, and things is done by all cloud computing through IVR system, and this is done. And we pick up these kids. This is 7th year. So the kids from class 9 have now finished graduation, BTech computer science, BTech art AI ML, unbelievable achievements. The students coming from the rural village. Thank you, Dr. Mashelkar, for waiting for my talk. And thanks to all students, research associates, colleagues, critical collaborators, industrial partners, CSIR family who have been a part of this journey. I wanted to tell that the best thing to see, read history, go back and read all the books, see how things other institutions have done in the world, in the country, under extraordinary circumstances, you will be able to do it. The CSIR is not DG CSIR. DG CSIR is like a moon. CSIR is like a sun. Now, DG CSIR looks very beautiful when CSIR is not visible. Therefore, sun is not visible. Then sun is not there, then moon is seen. But remember, moon exists because the sun exists, right? The DG's job is to make sun rise so that moon is vanishes. And then new CSIR will be there. And I tell this because when I took over, there was no, I went anywhere, I went to Planning Commission. They told me, excellent presentation, but you should collaborate with CMAP. And CMAP was my CSIR lab. I was presenting their work. I went and met Ajit Sheth as cabinet secretary. And he told me CSIR doesn't have a drug institute. I said, what about, no, CDR I know. I said, oh, that is not CSIR. Nandan Nilekani came to this dais, 2008, and told me, NAL is not CSIR. And Bangalore, Nandan Nilekani thinks it. So then I decided, put CSIR in front of everybody. And now today I'm proud to say, DBT NII, DBT is happening LS, and ICM are also going to do this. You know, the blessed flattery for CSIR should be that others are copying it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your profound thoughts. Your emphasis on empowering youth and crowdsourcing talent highlights the transformative potential of innovation, and your focus on planning for the future, grounded in present realities, is truly inspiring. Thank you once again, sir. Now we break for tea for 15 minutes. High tea is arranged in AP Shinde Hall, and for dignitaries, it is available in the VIP lounge on the first floor. Please gather back after 15 minutes for the next set of lectures. Thank you. Also, after this session, we will have a cultural event. So I request all of you to please gather back after 15 minutes. you, sir.
I'm doing your job.
Thank you, sir.
To 10 minutes so that we can give chance to everybody and then close up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. M.O. Garg, sir, for his address. Sir, please.
Well, very good evening, friends. I know it's kind of difficult to listen to somebody. Two reasons. One is like 5 o'clock in the evening and beyond that. And then also after listening to some of the stalwarts that we had, like Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. Prakash, Ramaswamy, and then of course Dr. Brahmachari. But when I received the letter from Dr. Kalai Selvi, I must thank her for inviting me here. She said that we need to talk about what exactly CSI should do to make Viksit Bharat by 2047. So I thought I'll actually put my thoughts together. And I think Dr. Saraswat already mentioned that I need to complete it in 10 minutes. I will try to do that. But these thoughts are actually coming from a different angle. These thoughts are actually coming basically from an industry perspective. Out of my 48.5 years of active professional career, starting on 5th May 1976, only 18 years I've spent with CSIR and IIP. The rest of it has been generally with the industry, excepting for 1 year at IIT Bombay. And so I thought perhaps I can give you an industry perspective. And it kind of also summarizes what we heard so far in terms of our earlier former DGs. And the other angle is that since I come from the hydrocarbon industry, basically refining and petrochemical downstream, you'll see some flavor of that. But nonetheless, I think it should be applicable to the rest of the industry as well. I don't know how to move this slide. Okay, here we go. So actually, to my mind, there are 4 key enablers for us to be able to actually enable Viksit Bharat through research, what we can call Anusandhan. And the first and foremost is to have a very well-defined Anusandhan mission, and I'll talk about that in a moment. The second is to actually make it successful by concentrating on 3 Ps. And these 3 Ps are people, process, and products. And I'll elaborate on that further. The third, of course, is targets for research, and these have to be very well-defined targets, ultimately with the hope of taking an idea from concept to commissioning. And finally, if possible, to focus on localized solutions to solve global problems. And we'll end up with a few conclusions. So to begin with, if you talk about Anusandhan mission, I think on this slide, what we have put down here is actually the players who will make that happen. And as been mentioned before by several speakers, if you look at the research ecosystem, not only of our country, but any country around the world, you'll find that research happens in 3 places: the academia, the industry, as well as the national laboratory system like CSIR. And so it's actually very important to actually concentrate on how they can complement and supplement each other to ultimately create an interdisciplinary R&D team. And what you see on the right-hand side is actually not only inputs from basic sciences like genetics, synthetic biology, etc., but also inputs from larger, sciences, for example, information technology, engineering, economics, and so on and so forth. And it's extremely important to actually bring that in upfront while we are starting the project, because that ultimately defines how we are going to actually drive the project ultimately to success. Another more major focus should be in terms of targeted outcome to benefit India. So what I mean by targeted outcome is not a me too approach. It has to be a kind of a target which is set, which is the first time that India can deliver to the rest of the world. In other words, next generation products and technologies which is developed by India and used by the rest of the world. So it's very important to actually define projects which are make in India discoveries and products which are actually developed by us and used by the rest of the world. And I think this can happen in our country using the three ecosystems that we have. Don't forget that large multinationals like Shell, SABIC, ExxonMobil, and so on and so forth, UOP, have set up their research centers in this country. And most of their research is happening in India, using Indian manpower. And they have global patents coming out of that and actually being commercialized worldwide. So it's actually the Indian minds who are actually driving the global, hydrocarbon industry, who have research centers in our country. If you look at each one of these players that we have in our ecosystem, academics is very strong in basic engineering. They have a very large human resource base in terms of students, in terms of manpower, and very large amount of research facilities to do basic fundamental research. But what they generally lack is a focus on industrial research, which something can be taken from an idea ultimately to commercialization. Most of their work generally lands up as publications. On the other hand, if you look at the corporate research labs, I think I skipped a slide. Yeah, so if you look at the corporate research labs, like, we have every hydrocarbon industry that we have today, they do have their own R&D centers. Reliance also has R&D center, so does Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL. But the strength of these research centers is basically in terms of having large facilities, sometimes large pilot plants, but, and of course, knowledge about their own industry. So they really know what actually the industry needs. Large funding, and of course, because of the brand image, they can attract very, qualified and accomplished manpower. But the problem is that I have actually worked in a corporate sector in EIL for 18 years and currently in Reliance. What I see is that there's a very strong focus for short-term research, for quick gains. But there is no patience or actually the capability or even the capacity to be able to fund long-term research, which ultimately might help in some way or the other in the future. And so coming from there, the national laboratory system, that is our CSIR system, is very uniquely placed, which has one leg in the industry and one leg in the academia. And actually that really helps us to create that so-called bridge between the academia and the industry. Because actually every CSIR lab does have tremendous amount of knowledge about what the industry does, have friends, have people they know, have networks. And so much is not there between the academia and the industry. In my 48 years, I have actually tried my level best to be able to get academia and industry to talk to each other. It just happens on a cup of tea, and that's the end of it. So basically, the corporate research labs and the national labs do play a very important role. And that actually leads to our discussion on the three success factors. And actually what you see on the right-hand side is the bridge between the academia and industry, where the corporate research labs and the national labs can provide inputs and do the handshaking to take the idea from concept to commissioning. And what is more important when we talk about the 3 Ps in terms of success of this Anusandhan mission, ultimately to lead to Viksit Bharat, is the people, the process, and the product. When we talk about the people, actually it is the people within these 3 ecosystems, the academia, the corporate research lab, or the national labs, and the industry. And the focus should be very clearly on developing a technology. I think it's very, very important that we actually have a targeted basic research, ultimately to translational research, ultimately to commercialization. And basically to support disruptive innovation, it's very, very important to be able to support and to encourage thinking which is out of the box. Many a times in my career I found that it plays rich dividend, and actually it can make many things done in the past completely obsolete. And it has to be truly multidisciplinary. Today, as we speak in 2024, going to 2047, it's impossible to have every science under one roof. It's extremely important to be able to leverage the knowledge base that we have in our country available in various pockets and to integrate that together. It has to be an integrated approach. One cannot actually approach in silos and actually duplicate and copy whatever else is doing. And the most important is the decision making from bottom up in terms of the autonomy in decision making and not top down. And this is extremely important because the person on the ground in the lab, they know exactly what will work and what will not work. The second is the process itself, where actually the industry actually sets the targets. It could be a very stretched target, it could be a difficult target, but it is a target set by the industry, required maybe for short-term, long-term, and mid-term research. And it actually gets fed into this research triangle as we talking about the university, research institute, and the industry. Coming to the product, of course, as we belonging to my industry, we talk about energy and materials, that is new energy and new materials. And the renewed focus on this is in terms of sustainability. And ultimately for the nation to achieve net carbon zero by 2050 or maybe by 2070, we have to have a Viksit Bharat who can actually lead to achieving net carbon zero by 2047. And that will only happen if we are sustainable. Any product, any technology that is developed has a zero carbon footprint, as well as it is competitive. And even on the material side, it has to be a decarbonized solution as compared to any metal that we think of. Actually, I've tried to give it a quantitative, kind of a fabric. On the right-hand side, we all know about technology readiness level. So it's very clear that when the industry sets the target actually is set to the academia. And it starts from TRL1 level. And as we know, TRL 1, 2, 3 is basically in terms of discovery stage, where we actually look at an idea and look at various options to actually see whether we can achieve the real target. And at TRL 3, basically the work really is within the academia, but being handheld by the corporate research lab or the national labs and the industry. So it's not that the academia are let loose to whatever they want to do. It's actually directed basic research. And then, of course, once the proof of concept is established at TRL 3 level, the corporate research labs and the CSIR labs take over and actually develop it further to be able to generate real data in a pilot plant. And then generate, in our industry, we call it as a process flow diagrams and heat and mass balance and basically a basic engineering package. Ultimately, to actually, if the technology is of very large type, one could even think about a demo unit. And that's where actually the industry takes over, because a demo unit will not cost 5 or 6 crores. It might even cost 1,000, 2,000 crores. So then the industry takes over, puts up a demo unit, and then if it works well, then actually it gets commercialized. So this is a very important synergistic role that the three systems can play, taking all the way an idea to commercialization.
Dr. Garg, may I request you to conclude, please?
Yeah. As you would have realized by now, actually there are two valleys of death here. One is after TRL 3, and the other is after TRL 8 and TRL 6. And these are the valleys of deaths which can be easily bridged on either side by the CSIR lab to take it forward. I think I'll have to skip a few slides because the chairman has asked me to go forward, but I'm very fond of talking about this product, the success of the product. What you see on the graph is actually on the x-axis is known and unknown technology. On the y-axis is existing and new applications. Samir showed a little bit some similar graph. But what is important as we go forward, as far as India is concerned, to make it as a developed nation is to work in that orange box, where 50% of our effort should be directed towards some unknown technology, unknown application. Mobile phone is a great example of that. And 25% in the other two boxes. Anything which happens in the light blue is incremental research, which is actually known technology with existing applications. And so basically, you know, I've given a few examples here. I think I'll leave the slides behind from my own industry, where actually our focus is actually to make low-cost olefins, ultimately to make polyolefins, and then circularity, as well as, where did he go? Yeah, so circularity, you know, the new way of making aromatics, battery and battery chemicals, and green hydrogen of the future, and various intermediates, like, for example, instead of methanol using DME. And there are many, many examples like this, which can be actually disruptive in its own way. Like, for example, instead of converting syngas to methanol, if we convert it to DME, we already lost 1 mole of water. And that way we can actually do toluene alkylation, etc., much easier than using methanol. Focus on localized solutions to global solutions. We have 2 very strong CSIR examples. Of course, they are coming from my own lab, where I was director. This is a picture of a benzene recovery unit that IEP commercialized it in Jamnagar. It's actually local solution to be provided to Reliance, but it's of global need. And it's a very unique technology developed in 2011. And today we are talking about 2024. Nobody else in the world could still develop something similar to that. So this is actually first to the world type technology. The second, of course, is the Numaligarh wax plant, where the idea was conceived by IAP and then told Numaligarh as to they're sitting on a pot of gold and to be able to valorize the wax that is actually from the Assam crude. And today they make something like $3 per barrel extra GRM just because of this wax plant, where we are now exporting wax to 32 countries. In fact, this one plant made India from a net importer of wax to a net exporter of wax. And finally, just to conclude, I think most of it I've already said. I have to actually see from my slides because it's kind of difficult to see from here. Basically, as we go forward, I think it's very important to enable the current R&D ecosystem itself that we have. We do have a very amount of latent talent waiting to be actually challenged. And I think we need to look at that. While doing that, we need to focus on the 3 success factors: the people, the product, and the process, and to be able to create an interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary team, and to be able to deliver. And I think the most fun part of your activity, in fact, in my life, I'm very fortunate that I could develop 48 technologies and commercialize them. I think, believe me, no amount of award is equivalent to seeing your own plant in operation in 3 dimensions. Both BRU is our 400 crores plant with a payback of 1 year, and Numaligarh was 680 crores. Both of them were TDB award. So those kinds of happiness and the satisfaction it gives you is unparalleled as compared to anything else that you can feel. So I think the ultimate dream of any scientist should be to commercialize his or her research. Thank you so much. I had to hurry it up a bit because of lecture.
Thank you, sir, for discussing the Anusandhan mission and emphasizing that innovation is the key to attaining a Viksit Bharat. Thank you once again, sir. Now it's an honor to request Professor Ashutosh Sharma, a mega science champion, for his address. Sir, please.
So I don't know about mega science, but anyway, all science is the same. And I was going to tell you that even though I've not been, unlike many people here, very intimately related to CSIR, but I do believe that all science is one. And also, you know the meaning of PhD. PH is fake doctor. So now if you think about PH or PDG, right? PhDG, right? So actually, some of us here are not real DGs. We are a little bit fake DGs because even though my claim to fame is that I did preside over one of the Foundation Day functions back in 2018. And Dr. Saraswat was there at that time. So anyhow, what I want to say is, look, I do have some connection with CSIR, and that connection is that I have been part of half a dozen RCs over the decade. Currently, I am the chair of CGCRI RC, which got a 5 crore check today for doing energy conservation, right? So I'm hoping I'll get my cut, at least in there, okay? So that's my, you know, and also, I had a great contribution to part of CSIR. That's their father or mother, DSIR. And so DSIR, you know, DSIR really people think is part of DST. So if there's any complaint against DSIR, they come to DST secretary and say, hey, your guys, you know, they are not doing this. I say, okay. Also, when anybody in DSIR retires, is the DST secretary who has to go in the farewell dinner. Okay, your DG CSIR just couldn't be bothered. Okay, say, hey, you know, these guys are your problem, right? And we gave them a very good floor in the new building of DST. In fact, the offices are better than DST offices. And so anyway, so I rest my case. So I'm part of CSIR. Okay, now what I learned from CSIR, I learned a lot from the, you know, giants of CSIR, and all of them have spoken. So I would finish in 10 minutes. Totally, whenever you want, I can stop. So I learned a lot from, for example, from Dr. Mashelkar. So when I became a fellow of INSA, I was like 42 years old, very, very young by the INSA standards. And very next year, he trusted me enough to put me in the selection committee for new fellows. So I was like 43, all right? Everybody else in the committee was over 60 like I am now. So of course you can imagine a 43-year-old me, I am arguing about for half an hour. And so this guy, he says, look, we don't take people below 50 seriously, okay? And from that I learned that we must empower younger people, okay? Of course now I say we don't trust people below 60, okay? Because I'm the right side of 60 now. So anyway, so all the committees, we must have a balance between experience and energy. So which means a spectrum of ages is so required, no matter what kind of committee it is. See, we are talking about these challenges of tomorrow. These challenges are what? These are convergence of technologies. We call cyber physical, artificial intelligence, IoT, Industry 4.0, now quantum technologies, communication, computing at the edge. All of these technologies put together is what makes the future. And so we cannot, it has to be interdisciplinary, it has to be multidisciplinary, it has to be out of discipline, it has to be energetic, it has to be related to the world. So we cannot do that in silos. In fact, you know, so if CSIR wants to have very big missions, very ambitious things, looking at the future where nobody has gone before. I think one of the tasks of CSIR is to look at the technologies where no person has gone before, as they used to say in the Star Trek, the famous series. So for example, that somebody was giving me an example of a UAV that can operate at 60,000 feet, has a high-resolution camera, works for 90 days, would be 100x cheaper for doing you know, stuff that we do with satellites, all of that. But what does that need? That does not need you know, even a small team of people only from CSIR working. It's not going to solve the problem. So basically DRDO should be on it. So science is one, just like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So there is the science Kutumbakam or something like that. So it basically means that everybody must be on board actually doing this. A lot of stuff comes from ISRO, some technologies, products come from DRDO, some come from CSIR, and a whole lot of that. So I think we need a good integration, just as there is integration of technologies of different kinds. Communication, autonomous computing, autonomous decision making, autonomous action is what we call Industry 4.0 universe. And to be prepared for that universe, we need a different way of thinking altogether. And what is that different way of thinking? First of all, the innovation startup culture has to be totally take root in CSIR. So I understand that scientists are not allowed to open a company. Scientists are not allowed to do many things. Okay, we don't want to go to jail, certainly not. So therefore, we need a new policy, a new way of thinking. I mean, IITs have done it. I mean, a whole lot of other people have done it. So unless we empower people to put their money where their mouth is, it's not going to happen. And so second aspect is, look, how do we become interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, all the labs working together? Not just that. This is cultural and behavioral. So while we are talking about training, we are talking about technology, we are talking about all these things, IQ, we have all very good IQ. And we can crack any exam in the whole world. What actually we have to focus on is the culture and behavioral aspects. So when you talk about Atmanirbhar, the Atmanirbhar requires not just that I know something. Of course, I know everything. It requires that I have Atmavishwas, that I have Atmasamman, that I have Atmachintan. So these cultural, behavioral aspects, you see, what stops collaboration today? What stops collaboration? All my life, I have seen collaboration is so hard because the other person is thinking, well, how much credit would I get? Even before the project starts, we say, would I be the first author? Would I be the corresponding author? So heaven's sake, this is the cultural aspect. So, you say, okay, how do we address the cultural insecurities, the aspect? I think nobody is doing it systematically. Okay, no organization actually wants to talk about it. But the fact is that we are not team players. It's a paradox, and I think I have 2 minutes, maybe. So paradox is that the Indians, in a social setting, are very social people, right? But in professional work, we are not team players. Whereas in the West is opposite. And I have thought a lot about this particular aspect and say, look, what makes our research impactful? What makes our research, not individual research, but the collective research, what puts it together? So I think we start paying attention not just to the technical training, which is important, but how the processes, the structure of doing all of this, and ease of doing business is so important. So ease of doing business as much as possible in CSIR and elsewhere, make a whole list of this. And just, I'm sure that DG, looking at our energy level, that this should be possible in one day. Okay, so tomorrow we do ease of doing business, totally, you have a list and you have the energy, nothing stops, sky is the limit. And so nothing stops, and in fact, nothing stops me from also stopping now. Let me just say, just one thing. What was it I was going to say? So Dr. Mashelkar, I learned another thing from him. And I said, look, science is all pervasive. Science is a collective, and science has many stakeholders. We must connect with all of those stakeholders. And CSIR can really do it. I'll just give you an example and stop. So when Dr. Mashelkar was the DG, a little later he told me that he proposed Dr. Abdul Kalam, because he's been talked about a lot. So he proposed Dr. Abdul Kalam's name for the fellowship of INSA. It was rejected. It was rejected because we have a way of thinking about who a scientist is. Okay, but that's all wrong. It's totally wrong, because people are not scientists because they write papers. People are not scientists only because they apply for patents. Not because only they work in certain kind of organization. But there are many stakeholders of science, and there are scientists who make use of science for impact on science, on society, on economy. And we must recognize all of them. We must give them their proper place. So I'm happy to report that INSA has been able to do that finally since 1935, that when INSA started, we all had fellowship of one certain kind, which was a very narrow way of looking at science. But today, since we cannot have Dr. Abdul Kalam anymore, but his able student, Dr. Saraswat, would be a new fellow of INSA, for example, right? And so, and 20 more such fellows who have led science-based national missions. who have led the industry, which is science-based, and therefore created new opportunities for the society. So I would leave with that. And because, oh yeah, I was going to say about collaboration, which I remembered just now. So about collaboration, why don't they happen? Because us scientists, we don't trust at all. Right? We have very little trust. In fact, I asked some guy, I said, do you work with atoms? He said, no, I have no trust in atoms. I said, what? He said, because atoms make up everything. Right? So, I mean, if you can't trust atoms, you're not going to trust your collaborator. And it's going to be very, very hard actually to do anything else. Other day, I was saying we should do high-level research. So he said, should I bring a ladder to the meeting? No. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. And I have to, gentlemen and ladies, leave. I have a flight at 8:15. I'll request Dr. Sharma to start doing the function of a moderator, which I didn't do.
Sir, before you leave, we would like to felicitate you. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable time with us.
बहुत बड़ी चेयर है. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are pleased to announce that Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, a distinguished Indian scientist and former Director General of CSIR, has joined us today online. So I request you, sir, for your address.
Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you. I hope you are able to hear me well.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So present here today, I believe some of them have already left. Dr. Saraswat, Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. Ramasamy, Professor Brahmachari, Ms. Ajit Seth, Dr. Radhakrishnan, two of my very close friends and colleagues, and I had the privilege of being sandwiched between the two of them, Ashutosh and Rajesh, and the current Director General, Dr. Kalai Selvi. Present here, many leaders of CSIR and dear friends of CSIR family. First of all, hearty felicitations to all on the 83rd Foundation Day of CSIR. सभी लोगों को 83वें स्थापना दिवस की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं. Secondly, I apologize that I'm not being able to be present there in person, which I would have liked myself to be very much there. Some of the things that I want to note are very oft repeated. All of you have heard these stories in the past, how CSIR has gloriously contributed to the growth of the nation in the last 77 years or so. But what many people don't realize is that during this period of 77 years, the manner in which CSIR contributed to the growth of the nation gave scientific fraternity a new confidence. And that's what actually I'm going to talk about now. All of you have heard many common examples of CSIR. The way scientific ecosystem developed in independent India was, on one side, we had the strategic sector, the defense, the space, and atomic energy. On the other side of the spectrum, we developed academic organizations like IITs, universities, and so on and so forth. And sandwiched between the two extremes of this, what we have are the national laboratory system that we have created. And in fact, the national laboratory system precedes all the other strategic sectors and the universities in the country. In fact, at the time of independence, we had only 19 universities across the country. And the first of the IITs came to being in 1950. So the national laboratory system to which CSIR belongs is sandwiched between these two extreme spectrum of the S&T ecosystem of the country. Now, just as DRDO, space, and atomic energy are involved in solving strategic problems for the country, CSIR actually solves social problems in the same manner, in a very similar manner in mission mode. And some of the popular examples that all of you are aware of, for example, when the challenge of country's first general election was presented, CSIR came up with the ink. When the challenge of Green Revolution unfolded in the mid-1960s and the mechanization had to be done, CSIR rose to the challenge and helped mechanize agriculture in the country. When the challenge of addressing infant deaths came in 1970 or so, CSIR came up with the milk powder solution. When the challenge of providing jobs in the leather sector came, CSIR came up in indigenizing all the leather technologies, and so on and so forth. There are many, many examples that we fondly talk about all over. And in recent times, in the last 10 years or so, many more things that have come up, which perhaps the society does not know, and we need to actually kind of come up with a plan to engage with society and tell them the solutions. Let me give you two examples. We know that India is heading towards water scarce country. And in this respect, when I had a chance meeting with the Honorable Minister Jal Shakti, and I was telling him how CSIR technologies can map underground water, he literally jumped out of his chair. And he said, can CSIR do it for my state? And at that time it was Rajasthan. And we said, of course, yes, sir, we can do it. And NGRI, based on the heliborne electromapping of underground water, they went and mapped the entire groundwater reservoirs in Rajasthan. So today, we know where the water has to be harvested and how to regenerate the groundwater system in Rajasthan. When our neighboring country, Nepal, after the devastating earthquake, asked for help from India on earthquake resilient structures, the Central Building Research Institute, Roorkee, came up with earthquake resilient structures in a large number of schools, hospitals, university library, and so on and so forth. And once again, Nepal government is ever grateful to India for having done that. And if you talk of agriculture, the recent unfolding of the floriculture mission, and who can forget Hing? The Hing story literally unfolded as we were speaking. I had just chance tweet that I made, which went viral. Within an hour, I got calls from union ministers saying that is Hing not cultivated in India? And of course, I had to stand my ground that this is the first time Hing is being cultivated in India, an essential ingredient of all Indian cuisine. And sooner, the question on Hing came on Kaun Banega Crorepati, and sooner the question came in the All India Civil Services exam. Now that is the power of CSIR's collective efforts in addressing social problems. And as I said, this has given scientists a new confidence, all the scientific fraternity in the country, that we can address social problems on our own. And as the unfortunate incidences started unfolding in the early 2020s, and when the global pandemic struck, this was a global emergency. But with a difference that this time our scientific fraternity had a confidence in ourselves and had an enormous privilege to be in Delhi in that time period where the CSIR, the entire CSIR fraternity rose to the occasion, came together and fought the pandemic on our terms. There are many things that we did for the first time in the world. For example, the virus propagates through the air through aerosols was our understanding. Even World Health Organization and CDC Atlanta had difficulties in believing that. Most people believed that a virus spreads through contaminated surfaces. But CSIR not only recognized that virus spreads through aerosols, CSIR came up with solutions to mitigate that. The UV that you see that has been installed in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, and even more proudly, all of you who have taken Vande Bharat Express, every coach of Vande Bharat Express now has the UV solution made by CSIR. I wish Vande Bharat Express had put the logo of CSIR at every coach, thanking CSIR for this particular aspect. So our scientific fraternity got its confidence thanks largely to CSIR. And as a direct outcome of the COVID emergency, were the two projects that we rolled out. One was indigenization of the APIs, the active pharmaceutical ingredients, and the other, Phenome India. The Phenome India project that CSIR has now started has long-term implications on understanding health of Indians. I do hope that this project survives for next 20 years so that we understand what happens to Indian population and how Indian population is different than the Western population. In fact, I had the privilege of being in Delhi 4 days ago, and my close friend Rajesh Gokhale also was there on that day. We announced for the first time the mutations that happen in Indian population which cause breast cancer. For the first time ever, we are addressing the issues of health that are related to Indian population from very high and modern science and technology. I wish CSIR were partner in what we call as the Indian Cancer Genome Atlas, because the ideas were seeded essentially in CSIR while I was there. And I do hope that CSIR considers to become partner of this particular initiative very soon. But having said that, we have our future ahead of us, and there are many challenges that lie ahead of us for the future. And if India were to lead the world in these challenges, CSIR and India's scientific fraternity will have to rise to the occasion all over again. And I'm pretty confident that CSIR, given its rich history, CSIR, given its motivation levels among the scientists, will rise to the occasion in solving tomorrow's problems. And just the three examples, one of which Ashutosh mentioned just now, about the high altitude platforms, is something which is transformative. And we are going to see in the coming years how high altitude platforms have transformed India's security concerns and India's telecommunication. The green hydrogen mission that Ashutosh and I, we participated on behalf of DST and CSIR to write the mission paper, is actually being led from NCL Pune, the R&D aspect of that. Or the sustainable aviation fuel that is being led by Dr. Garg's former institute, the Indian Institute of Petroleum. These are all very futuristic projects. And some of these actually will be transformative on India's overall ecosystem. And once again, we come to an aspect where India could lead the world of science and technology all over again as what we had done for several centuries. So although what I've said is the challenging time lies ahead of us, to conclude, I want to quote from Charles Dickens and what Charles Dickens wrote in The Tale of Two Cities about the challenges that lie ahead of us. And I'm going to quote a paragraph. I quote, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. In short, the period was so far like the present period, and some of the noisiest authorities insisted on its being received for good or for evil in the superlative degree of comparison only." I unquote. So thank you all very much. We have many challenges lying ahead of us, but I have full confidence in CSIR fraternity that will rise once again to address the challenges of the future, and all the very best to all of you. All of you are very dear to my heart. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening insights. We are grateful for your contributions.
Thanks a lot, Shekhar, for your very enlightening speech. Concluded within time, and that's not a surprise because there's a grandfather clock that I could see behind you. So that's a good keeper of time. And thank you again very much. And so the next one, please call.
Thank you, sir. So now I request Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, the Secretary of the Department of Biotechnology and former Director General of CSIR, to share his insights with us. Sir, please.
Namaskar and good evening to all of you. I think I'm the last one, and as I can take as much time as possible, so there is no really time limit for the last night watchman to work. And but that's not going to be the case. Already I have been told that we have to restrict to 10 minutes actually. So distinguished DGs, all the distinguished guests, CSIR family, I had a very short tenure as a DG, which is more of a night watchman DG actually. Taking care while I was a secretary DBT, but had a much longer tenure as a director CSIR. So I had my real affiliation with CSIR for very long periods of time. What I thought I will talk to you, because being in an executive chair, it's not very easy to give only what we happened in the past, because what we need to do is what we want to do in the future. And I think what we are trying to talk about is what Viksit Bharat Yatra, what all of us together, Dr. Kalai Selvi, who is sitting over here, actually trying to build for our country as a team, as a Ministry of Science and Technology. And thank Kalai Selvi for giving me this opportunity to talk to her today, actually. So if I can use the, okay. So first of all, congratulations to all of you on the 83rd Foundation Day. Best wishes from Department of Biotechnology. And, all of you do wonderful things in future, and we all will be greatly proud of it. I think one of the, my favorite slide is leaders come in variety of flavors, actually. Sometimes they are fruity, sometimes they are, creamy, sometimes they are nutty as well. And CSIR community has displayed all of them in many ways, and my congratulations to all of you, actually. What I would also like to say is that CSIR has been the backbone of almost all scientific institutions in the country, actually. And that's a colorful as well backbone. It's not only, one single color, it's provided very diverse colors to all of these lives. And obviously, if you want to have a strong, healthy body, the stronger the backbone is, the more resilient and the capable the country would become in driving scientific progress and innovations, actually. And I think we should all take pride in saying that stronger CSIR is better for the country, better for the future. And that's what the message that we all are living today, actually, here today. So let me go to the Viksit Bharat conundrum, actually. And this is a slide that talks about variety of countries trying to escape the trap from the, what you call a middle income trap to a richer country formation. And what this is why a developing country with a fast growing economy finds it difficult to break into the eventually of rich nations. For example, Brazil, South Korea, Mexico, several countries have been ahead of us, but they're not able to transit to where European or American countries are. And I think there was a very nice study done in World Bank, which talks about why only out of, since 1960, only 13 countries have become high income in less 45 years of time, actually. And why does that happen? And how, if India wants to climb this ladder, how should we really do it? That's the real challenge in front of us. So clearly, the only way possible right now that we believe is that technologically empowering India can escape this trap. And that's very critical, that we actually change our ways of systems and mechanisms to a more technologically savvy. And you can see India changing that very, very rapidly. The second one is that the trajectories by which we have come from low LMIC to middle income, if you follow you cannot follow the same trajectory to get into the next quadrant, actually. So you will have to change many things of the way we have been doing it, actually. And that requires social change in the system, because it's not sufficient to actually just change this organizations, just change systemic. But you require a societal mindset change to be able to say, can I now from a middle income country to go to the richer country, actually. To be able to do this, it's always good to look at the industrial revolutions that have happened in the world, actually. And I've mapped all the industrial revolutions that have happened over the centuries. And you can see the first industrial revolution, which was in the UK in 1750s, around that. And then followed by the age of steam engine, followed by age of electricity and heavy engineering, then mobile and oil. And then the last that many of us have seen it in our own time, ICT. And I think the next 25 years is likely to be the industrialization of biology. And if we really can we really plan it? Can we really climb this ladder, and can we really move ahead on this platform is what one wants to look at. And that's why I say the bio-revolution is coming, is what we really all need to believe. And the whole challenge really in front of us, can we design it and can we synthesize it such that we can climb the ladder as we move along the path of the industrial revolution, rather than just following the path as we have done in the past in all the other industrial revolution processes. However, as many of you, all the luminaries of DGs and others, everybody talked about today, have already talked about that the Bharat needs its own growth model. You can't copy-paste the model of US, where you invest heavy, fail heavy, and then bring it back to the people, actually, society. Every cost of the product is put back to the people, actually, in an economic model system. Of course, the European model itself is very protective and doesn't allow you to do that, and China's model is very, very unique of its own kind, where they decide and they just do it, but it's not necessarily the model that a democratic country like ours can adopt. And so we need to actually live with our own demographic, economic, and geographical realities, and that's why it's a complex enough problem that one needs to start thinking about how to make this happen. Now, one of the very important point, in my perspective, is to, even for S&T Ministry, to think of how can we create more jobs. Because if only you can create more jobs, that you can create more value, economic benefit in the Science and Technology Ministry to look at. For example, if you look at this slide, we have 140 crore people. We will have many, many ideas. We will have solutions to build the ecosystem. Can we have startups to be set up such that we enhance the number of these startups? And these then provide jobs, products, and services, actually. If you really look at in India right now, we have one startup per 10,000 citizens. Israel, it is 1 in 2,000, and in USA, it is 1 in 4,000, actually. So clearly, India has a 10x potential to enhance the startups. And what this will catalyze, the jobs, products, and services that are very, very critical to be able to look at the future perspective, because only when the economy is growing that you can have more money, more funding, more innovation capacity in the country. Otherwise, you cannot create these, actually. And why am I saying this? Is because the jobs in various other industry will come down. If you really look at the agriculture jobs, which is very high in India, all the developed nations, you look at their agriculture jobs are a single-digit parameter, actually. Whereas Indian jobs are right now in the double-digit or even higher double-digit parameters. So if you're going to become Viksit Bharat, the agriculture jobs will come down. That means we will have to create many more new jobs to be able to look at. And that's one absolutely important number to remember. The second one is the combination of industry and the service sector needs to grow in both together. And the reason why both of them are required, because in both contexts can help each other to survive and grow. And I can only by keeping in this mind, can we really evolve an ecosystem that is innovative, strong, and perfectly aligned with what we want to do in the future market of times, actually. And therefore, my solution, one of the solutions, obviously, is the bioeconomy, which is going to be transformative for the country and which can really make huge amount of impact. In last 4 years, you can see the economy has moved leaps and bounds, actually, and it's growing. It's now $150 billion industry right now in the bioeconomy sector. And this is ever increasing. And all the sectors that we are talking about are bioindustrial, biopharma, bioagri, and bio-IT industry. And all of this have enormous capacity to grow, actually, very, very rapidly to look at. So for example, if you look at bioindustrial segment, actually, even now, our biggest segment is beverages segment, which is actually not a traditional bio-industry sector, actually, look at. But where our enzymes are missing, biofuels is very quickly growing up. There are leather industries. There are various other industries that are very likely to come up. And I'm not going to do details of this, actually. You can see vaccine production in our country has grown 4-fold in the last 10 years. We can now produce 3 billion doses, actually, which is never unprecedented in the country. The diagnostics tests have grown to make about 1 billion tests. And similarly, the bio-IT services are growing and obviously powering nation into a completely different domain area, which is likely to grow even with more AI coming into the systems of this. And same is true, the bioagri sector really has to grow so that the farming sector becomes far more dependent on an agri-industrial growth rather than only depending on the growth of this. Obviously, what DBT BIRAC has done over the years is set up bio-incubators all across the country, and we now have almost 95 incubators with almost 8,000 startup companies that are being incubated around it. Many will fail, but I think these failed people will be the most productive workforce, because you need to learn the art of running a company, which is what is very, very essential and important to talk to these younger people actually who take up these journeys. And that's the only way that we can survive in this country, by creating new jobs, by creating an ecosystem that is of entrepreneurship and of startup ecosystem. You can look at the bioeconomy point of view from how every country bioeconomy percentage comes along with the share of their GDP. You'll be surprised that all the small nations have in fact larger percentage of bioeconomy already actually. Whereas the nations like USA and China and others, and for example Brazil and India, which has only very small percentage of bioeconomy. So there is an enormous potential for bioeconomy sector to grow. And that's where primarily various growth models will come and various aspects of enormous potential will come. To do that, Union Cabinet chaired by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji actually approved the Bio-E3 policy this August 2024. And this is basically provides a framework that gives directions for the future scientific and industrial societal advancements. It's a commitment to foster advanced future that is more sustainable, innovative, and responsive, and so that India can be in the part of the next industrial revolution, and we can create jobs and create entrepreneurial momentum actually. How do we do this? And I'm going to take, if you don't mind, 5 minutes to just talk about a little bit of what we really need to do. If we can do this, we will reach the target in the next 25 years. And one of the key is the energy sector. If you look at energy today, we get 86% of the oil from a crude oil and convert it into petrol, diesel, jet fuel, and other things aspect actually. Can we really convert plastic waste, biomass, and carbon dioxide capture into diesel and jet fuel, polymers, and chemicals? And you can see the petrol sector almost have disappeared from the slide, because the normal mobile vehicles will in fact be all the EV, and green hydrogen will take over actually. So you don't really need to spend time into making petrol, but you create diesel and the jet fuel, because which is where more information will come. And obviously the material world, the polymer and chemicals will feed back into the system to create a circular economy, so that our biorefinery should look more like what it is today. The challenge really is, can we make these technologies, and can we get country to really get this to happen? The other sector that is going to change is the chemical life actually. We have about 60 to 70,000 molecules that produce in the country, and I've listed the chemical industry all up on our side. All the intermediates for these come from the from the petrochemical sector, and what we need to do is, can we convert them from a biochemical sector, bio waste and other aspects of things, to be able to convert through microbial systems, and so that you use the waste as a feedstock rather than non-renewable petrochemical feedstock to look at. This is a rather interesting problem to understand the castor oil actually, and I will have one more slide and I'll stop after this. Now, castor oil, India is the largest exporter of castor oil in the country. We produce about 85% of the castor oil, and 65% is exported out actually. And we import all the rubbers that are made from this castor oil. Now, this is one of the largest producer, and therefore agriculture crop is very much growing in Haryana, Rajasthan, and other areas. But what is biomanufacturing going to do? The biomanufacturing, China has already started producing castor oil biomicrobial systems actually. And China, which is the largest importer in the next 4 to 5 years, we can guarantee that they will produce oil by themselves to create the product. Now, what will happen to India? You will realize that the farmers will not get their price for the crops. And when the farmers won't get price for the crops, you will have to provide them subsidy actually, because they will keep coming up with an MSP price what they want to do. And this is where the technology has to be preempted before one can think of how many of these activities will happen actually. And I think that's where the problem of middle income conundrum is actually, that if you don't create technology, you come back into the same trap. For different reasons, you have to keep providing subsidies, and then the government needs to take care of social responsibilities. This is another interesting example from milk, actually. If you really look at milk, India produces 25% of the milk of the entire world. Given our population, our milk today is only 459 grams per day per person, actually. So clearly, if we have higher population, then we need higher amount of milk to be produced. Now, if you look at the 20th livestock consensus of country, more than 300 million bovines is what our country has right now to produce this much of milk. More than 75 million sheep, 148 million goats, 9 million pigs, and 850 million poultry. Now, to do this, if we do more of this, we have scarcity of land, scarcity of water, scarcity of antibiotic treatment. So you're never going to manage to scale these things to make it survive. And therefore, the only model that will work is that you have non-dairy milk companies coming up and starting biomanufacturing of this, actually. And you can see this is an example of an Indian NGO, NRIs, who have started this company in Bangalore and in fact now bought by an American company. And they're going to start selling it back to us. So clearly, these are the kind of challenges that we need to look at, actually. So I think I'll stop here, but I'm just trying to give you a flavor that how industrialization of biology in everyday life, and I've not talked about health, mind you, which is obviously one of the key sector in looking at, actually. This is a real world problem, challenges, and how in every sector, these problems will create challenges and problems. So as you can see, everything will be impacted by new biology, just the way IT industry revolutionized life in 1990s. The challenge is really for all of us is, would our institutions like CSIR or DBT, what we call Biotechnology Research Innovation Council now, are ready to make a change. And why this is so hard is because all the pre-Amritkal institutions of genesis of institutions has been pursuit of knowledge, creating infrastructure and capacity building. And now, what government is asking us to do is to really say that science and technology is the critical driver of societal progress and catalyst of change and development. And to be able to do that, we will have to change our mechanisms, our ways of working, our systems that are dependent on these, and together only one can make a big difference. And I think this is where Kalai Selvi and us are together working in this enterprise to make a huge impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh, for that the fantastic talk unfolding a very positive future based on bioeconomy. Your job is secure. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it's my distinct honor to request Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, the first woman Director General of CSIR, for the closing remarks. Ma'am, please.
Good evening, friends. Even from a distance, I can do face reading, and also I can catch up the mind voice. I'm not going to sum up anything now. I have noted down, and I have been advised also by senior leaders that I can just make another set of 3 or 4 more people to sit with me. So we will consolidate all the points, and we will make it as actionable items also. Then we will get it circulated with all of you, and so that that becomes a really doable, implementable worksheet. And definitely CSIR will do it in the coming times. So that's all is my concluding remark, and thank you so very much, because now the next group, they are very much eager to come up with their performance. But in between, I just wish to steal 2 more minutes from your end. We wish to honor one very, very great person who is really decorating and honoring the Foundation Day of CSIR, who is none other than the former CAPSEC. So Ajit said, sir, please, Dr. Ramasamy, sir, can I just invite you to just introduce and to say a few words, because all the time they both were struggling and they were fighting with each other. Who is the guru for the other person? So now come and tell us who is the real guru and who is the student. And 2-3 minutes, please.
I thought I was just going to honor him. And there's no need for me to give any big talk about this. It was already talked, I think Kalai already spoke about mind space and time space and all that. I have the pleasure of presenting to you the former Cabinet Secretary of India, Mr. Ajit sir. And we have one thing in common, he was also a chemist. Then Samir and Ajit sir, they have something in common, they were same batch of National Science Problem Scholars. So he has some soft corner for science. When you have a cabinet secretary with a soft corner for science, it is the advantages for secretaries of science. And it was very nice to work with him. And it turned out that he called me on the Teachers' Day, and that's the time that DG CSIR sent me this invitation to be here. I said, will you also come? I'm very grateful to him that he chose to join us today. This is, in my opinion, a symbolic support of the government of India itself. And he cares for the council, he cares for the Indian science system, and it is very nice of him to have traveled from Agra to be here with us today. And he has been here listening to us right from the beginning. And I thank him for it. And on behalf of all of you, I would say thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your precious time with us. Now I request ma'am to please present our token of gratitude to Dr. R.A. Mashelkar.
If I can just,
ma'am, please.
I don't know if this works. I just wish to say that I'm touched. Is it working? Yeah, no, I don't want to take time. I'm touched beyond words because I didn't expect this. I'm here because I love science, and I'm here because of Dr. Ramasamy. I mean, I have such great admiration for him. I regard him as, I won't use any words, but he means a lot to me. And Samir is somebody whom I have known for a few days. Well, since 1967, 68. But I really didn't expect this, so I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much.
They were both together in CFTRI.
Now we would like to bestow our token of gratitude to all our respected dignitaries. Thank you for sparing your precious time for us and blessing CSIR. Professor Ashutosh Sharma, sir. Thank you, sir. Professor S.K. Brahmachari, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Dr. V. Prakash, sir.
All the way from Malaysia, and you made it. Thank you so very much.
Dr. M.O. Garg, sir.
Points, I will definitely take it forward.
And Dr. T. Ramasamy, sir.
You would take the liberty of presenting this on behalf of all of you to her.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Also, we would like to once again thank Dr. Shekhar C. Mande for joining us online and delivering the words of wisdom. Can I request all of you to please come forward for a group photograph?